Today we will examine a horrifying case involving envy and insatiable greed, two powerful yet dark emotions which often drive individuals down criminal paths. When combined with unbridled sexual desire or an obsessive need to control others, these feelings can quickly transform into lethal plans that threaten innocent lives, an idea made even more chilling when these emotions simmer within a family unit. This story takes place in a Sydney suburb and centers around the Lin family, who were seemingly living a peaceful and large household before embarking on what has since been one of Australia's most notorious crimes. Complex and prolonged, this investigation stands out for its difficulty and duration, as the perpetrator group had every intention of evading justice with their carefully crafted and brutally implemented plan. However, one minor detail eventually led the police to their breakthrough. Let's explore its origins, such as greed, envy for others' success, corrupt passion driving someone into madness, transforming into monstrous figures who wouldn't spare children in their spree. The Lin family story is one of love, ambition, and tragedy. Min Lin and Yun Lin began their romantic entanglement during their college years at an Australian university during the late 1980s. Both natives of China but separately immigrating for higher education, Lily via an exchange program and Min after completion of his bachelor's degree, respectively. When their paths crossed on campus corridors later, it was love at first sight. Both felt out of place but united by shared hopes for starting new lives after graduation. Min and Yun married and moved into North Epping in Sydney's tranquil suburb. Over time, their love blossomed into a tight-knit family deeply connected and committed to each other. In August 1994, they welcomed their first child, June Brenda Lin, commonly known by her middle name Brenda, followed by Henry in 1997 and Terry 2 years later. Entering 2000, Min and Yun embarked upon an ambitious business venture. Opening a small newsstand, their commitment soon saw it transformed into a flourishing news agency complete with its publishing arm on Rose Street. The Lin family business thrived, affording them an increasingly comfortable lifestyle with a spacious home, luxury car, and access to elite private schooling for their children. Min focused on business matters, while Yun took care in nurturing her children at home and homeschooling them herself. Within their community, the Lins were widely respected for their hard work, kindness, philanthropy, and being caring parents, without ever engaging in disputes or dramas with anyone. Brenda was their eldest, an outstanding student with a compassionate nature who demonstrated this through her studies. Henry and Terry, her brothers, shared her zest for sports, especially soccer, as they developed close bonds that almost inseparably bound them together. As Lin families settled into Australia and experienced growing financial stability, they welcomed relatives from China to visit or stay. Over time, they even invited relatives from China to visit or stay permanently. Early in 2000, Min and Yun moved their parents from California to North Epping for help raising their 3 children, while Min's father continued working his newsstand on weekends. A few years later, Yun's parents also came over, with Min and Yun purchasing them a small home there, as they bought themselves one too. Later still, Yun's sister Irene came and lived with the Lins, helping with housework as well as raising Irene and the Lin children. At this point, the Lin family business was producing significant income, reported at nearing $1 million annually. Their venture wasn't just a shop or publishing house. Instead, it had become a central gathering spot where local residents would meet to read news over coffee. At the end of 2007, Kathy Lin, Nai, along with her husband Liang bin Robert Z, also made a move to Australia, seeking better opportunities in Sydney. While visiting relatives previously and briefly living in Melbourne before returning home again, this time they intended to make Australia their permanent home. Robert had tried his luck as an ENT doctor in China before attempting entrepreneurship. They opened a restaurant using all their savings, but it eventually closed, and subsequent attempts at opening cafes or snack bars also proved futile. Robert, lacking business acumen or financial management skills, struggled in his new endeavors despite best intentions of opening new ventures. Robert and Kathy relocated to North Epping in order to be closer to family. While Kathy found employment, Robert continued his quest for self-discovery and was uncertain of his next steps. Both Lin and Z families were bound together, not just by blood but also strong friendship, seeing each other almost daily and staying in constant touch through regular family meals. This final gathering took place Friday, July 17, 2009, at Kathy and Min's parents' home, unbeknownst to any of them that this would be their final reunion. On the morning of July 18th, the Lin family home became the scene of an unspeakable massacre. Their shop, which had previously operated 7 days a week for years, closed suddenly without notice or warning on its doors. This caused alarm among both regular customers and neighboring store owners who tried unsuccessfully to contact Min directly, and instead decided to call his sister Kathy instead to inquire into his condition. Kathy was both surprised and alarmed, knowing her brother Min had never closed his shop without prior arrangement, often having one of his fathers or father-in-laws cover for him. Kathy attempted calling Min, and then his wife Yoon without success. Neither their home phone nor Kathy's calls went through either. Concerned for his well-being, Kathy decided with Robert to visit Min's residence to check that everything was all right. Arriving around 9 a.m., they noticed their family car parked in the driveway and found an unlocked front door, but no sign of its residents. Inside was eerily quiet with calls for family members going unanswered. No evidence was visible indicating forced entry. As she continued calling out for him on her way up the stairs to call out, Kathy eventually decided to ascend to the second-floor balcony for support from there. As soon as she entered Min and Yunlin's bedroom door, she was shocked and horrified at what she found inside. An entire room soaked with blood, covering its floor, walls, ceiling, furniture, and curtains. Yunlin was found lying lifeless near her bed, her face disfigured beyond recognition. In an adjacent room, where his sister Irene, aged 39 years, slept, the scene was equally horrifying. Irene lay dead on her mattress with blood-stained face. Henry, 12 years old, and Terry, 9 years old, had both been brutally beaten to death in their bedrooms. Their bodies lay scattered about. Brenda, their 15-year-old daughter, had thankfully been away on a school trip at that time, and so wasn't at home during this horrific night of violence. Min Lin had gone missing, raising hopes that he might still be alive, or injured or taken hostage, or have managed to flee. Kathy immediately called emergency services, but she was too in shock to properly explain what had happened, screaming and sobbing into the phone, beseeching them to come quickly in an effort to save as many lives as possible from what had transpired at their household. Unfortunately, first responders could only confirm all deaths at the site of massacre. Robert left right away to collect Robert Lin and Kathy Lin's parents, who lived 10 kilometers from the crime scene. After hearing of its shocking discovery following their calls to emergency services, police and paramedics arrived within minutes and witnessed one of the most horrifying crime scenes they'd ever witnessed. Unfortunately for all members of Lin family who had already been killed with multiple blows to the head from an object resembling a hammer-shaped weapon, which investigators believed had been taken away by its perpetrator. Unfortunately for all members of Lin family, each had already died by multiple strikes, by multiple blows from this lethal weapon, which had taken with its perpetrator. Min Lin's body was discovered in his own bedroom, covered by a blood-stained blanket, and had been brutally beaten to death like his family members. An initial inspection of the scene produced no significant leads or clues. No lethal weapon had been seen, and all valuables and money had remained undisturbed, suggesting that their primary target may have been killing off the Lin family as opposed to theft. At first, multiple assailants were suspected, since it appeared unlikely that one person could overcome so many. However, evidence revealed that children were awake during the attack and desperately tried to flee, evidenced by bloodstains and splatters around the house. All adult victims displayed signs of strangulation, possibly intended to limit resistance during assault, in addition to head injuries. Bloody shoe prints were discovered in each room, each featuring its own tread pattern, but without being identifiable to a brand or size. No foreign fingerprints were discovered, suggesting the killers wore gloves. Initially, there were no leads or theories, as family friends and neighbors of Lin's had no known enemies, who might have committed such a brutal murder spree of 5 people, nor a motive behind such an atrocious crime occurring sometime between midnight and 3:00 a.m. on July 18th. The time and date of attack remains unknown, but its time and date remain unclear, most likely occurring sometime between midnight and 3:00 a.m. on July 18th. Brenda Lynn was on a school trip in New Caledonia when the tragic incident unfolded, learning of it via social media and initially refusing to believe that it involved her family. Her Aunt Kathy soon called with confirmation, breaking down sobbing during their conversation. Brenda was quickly flown back home where her new guardians met her at Sydney Airport before moving in together, with them due to the home being sealed as a crime scene. Next day, grieving Brenda was brought in for questioning at the police station, but could provide no new information, insisting her family had no enemies or ill-wishers and had witnessed nothing unusual before traveling on this trip. Following their deaths, Brenda became heir to an extensive fortune containing both property and her family business. But as a minor still attending school, her legal guardians, Aunt Kathy and Robert, would manage it on her behalf, although Brenda's grandparents offered support as well. Kathy and Robert insisted upon being her primary caretakers. Robert threatened legal action if elderly relatives attempted to seek custody, arguing they were too old for caring for a teenager. Eventually, however, the matter was resolved amicably, and Brenda stayed with her aunt and uncle. Lynn's shop and publishing business soon reopened under their management, as Brenda was yet to take over business operations. Robert began actively reviewing all family accounts, including bank accounts, savings, real estate assets, and any other potential holdings that might become assets over time. Investigation and theories experts carefully examined every detail of the crime scene. Unfortunately, no concrete leads were developed from their efforts. Instead, they concluded that the killer likely operated alone and entered quietly through either an unlocked door or key, wearing size 9.5 shoes with an ornate tread pattern and never carrying his lethal weapon, a hammer. Never found anywhere in or around the house. Wearing gloves meant no fingerprints were left behind, and only trace DNA evidence from 5 victims could be detected at this location. Bloodstains were observed on all bedroom doorknobs where crimes had taken place, suggesting the killer touched them with his bloody gloves. Brenda's room, however, lacked this marker, indicating they knew she wasn't present and didn't bother leaving his mark there either. As one of Australia's high-profile cases, this tragic event received widespread media coverage. Without solid evidence or suspects to point the finger at, various unlikely theories began surfacing, including speculation regarding Lynn's supposed vast fortune, leading up to their demise. There were speculations of robberies gone awry, or involvement of local Chinese mafia clans. Such speculation wasn't entirely discounted considering their area's history with burglaries. Lynn's shop had been attacked months prior, while Min had witnessed an armored car robbery, which a week before, fatal incidents. As criminals wore masks, so he wasn't easily identifiable as witnesses, so it was speculated he might have been removed as potential witnesses, as Min could not identify them, so might have been eliminated as potential witnesses before these tragic incidents unfolded. Long months passed with no lead being established on any theory, nor any suspects appearing. Money and valuables were left untouched during the killing, suggesting the killer had only one goal: eliminating household members. Furthermore, power was cut off on the night of fatal incidents, suggesting they knew where the electrical panel was located. Additionally, their familiarity with the house in total darkness suggested they may have even secured an access key beforehand. An investigator reviewed every detail of the perplexing case until one key overlooked clue emerged while listening to Kathy's emergency call recording, searching for any missed clues. Surprisingly, an important hint was found within that recording. It recorded her attempts at explaining the situation, their words often confused and interrupted by cries and sobs, until at the end, when the operator confirmed emergency services had arrived, she suddenly mentioned her husband by name while speaking, Cantonese directly addressing him as part of the phone call itself. Investigators were intrigued when Kathy began to plead with Robert not to leave her alone at home, an important detail given his decision to fetch Lynn parents on his own before calling police, leaving Kathy alone at a grisly crime scene where 5 had just been brutally taken away and possibly still be hiding inside. Yet he left, seemingly knowing nothing bad would come of it for his wife Kathy. After several fruitless months, police finally managed to secure new information regarding their main suspect and new evidence against him/her. Robert Z. was ultimately identified as the main and sole suspect. It was found that Min had given Robert a key to Min's home, just in case anything came up during interrogation sessions. Yet Robert never mentioned this during interrogation sessions or informed Kathy of this key being given him by Min. Brenda accidentally revealed this critical piece of information to investigators. Further investigations revealed that Robert's claims of being an accomplished ENT doctor were no more than an illusion. While he held a medical degree, he never held down a stable job within his field of medicine. According to reports circulating about China bribery allegations, after fleeing there to Australia, he failed to establish himself professionally, spending away all of his savings in unprofitable business ventures before finally moving back home where he depended on his wife Kathy's income, as well as occasionally receiving financial help from relatives. Once his guardianship papers for Brenda were finalized, Robert began acting as though he were inheritor of Lin family assets. His first move was forcing Yun's parents out of a home Min had purchased for them, albeit it legally belonged to Min. Min and Kathy's parents continued living in it. Investigators suspected Robert was driven by intense jealousy of more successful and wealthy relatives of Brenda, and harboring long-standing plans to seize their property, funds, and lucrative businesses. Brenda and Kathy lived under the same roof with Robert, the perpetrator of their family's crime, yet neither were immediately in danger due to Robert's lack of insight or clues from Kathy about his true nature. Furthermore, Robert needed her for control of family assets. But due to lack of concrete evidence against Robert, police could not arrest him yet. Interrogation, surveillance, and arrest. The investigation team obtained permission to install hidden cameras in the household with hopes of gathering evidence against Robert Z. Its breakthrough came unexpectedly quickly. During an interrogation with Kathy Z., Robert's preference for one brand of shoes became known. Over several years prior, he purchased 2 pairs from a limited edition series that particularly appealed to him. One had already worn out, leaving another stored away carefully at their home. Both pairs shared the same size 9.5 foot size that his killer wore. Robert was captured on one of the hidden cameras, carefully destroying a box of shoes from which they had purchased, leading police to issue a search warrant and search his home, where they discovered new pair of size 9.5 sneakers, matching prints found at the crime scene, and also in smeared trace that appeared similar to blood in Robert's garage, which forensic analysis revealed contained all 5 Lin family victim DNA, thus connecting him directly with this crime. Arrest, trial, and shocker revealer. 2 years after the tragic incidents occurred, evidence led to Robert Z.'s arrest in May 2011. He denied any involvement by saying blood found in his garage had appeared after returning from visiting Lin's house. Further, any significance attached to sneakers with matching tread patterns found on them were disregarded as they were new, and that they had already disposed of any old pair he may have owned immediately before their discovery. Robert had unknowingly shared prison cells with multiple informants for 3 years prior to being sent for trial, unaware that any had known about it. While speaking with one informant, he revealed how meticulously planned and covert he planned the crime and carefully covered up its tracks, such as purchasing lethal weapon at store without surveillance cameras, drugging his wife with sedative-laced tea so she would sleep through him leaving without waking, disposing of hammer, sneakers, gloves, and clothing so they would never be found again, dispersal from store without surveillance cameras as well. At his trial, Robert denied everything. All evidence against him consisted of statements from his cellmates and indirect evidence mentioned earlier. Therefore, the jury could not reach an unanimous verdict, and Robert was released on bail in December 2015. In June 2016, however, Robert was brought back into court following testimony from an informant that claimed Robert confessed his love of Brenda since she was 13. This testimony caused Brenda to tearfully admit to coercion into sexual relationships shortly after moving in with them, but she remained quiet for fear of reprisals so long ago. As a result of these revelations and other evidence, Robert Z. was found guilty on all counts and given 5 life sentences without parole for each of the fatal crimes he had committed. All his subsequent appeals were also unsuccessful. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Guatemala has an extremely high crime rate. According to statistics, at least 100 crimes are reported every week here, half being so-called domestic offenses, and nearly 70% of serious offenses still unsolved according to The New Yorker. Furthermore, more civilians were killed during Iraq war zone attacks than Guatemala during 2009. Tragic events that we will discuss today occurred in this beautiful but dangerous country. El Maria Lopez began life romantically but ended in tragedy as she fell victim to her abusive domestic partner, whom she spent years forgiving, giving him another chance. There has been considerable confusion surrounding this case, and its perpetrator could have avoided taking responsibility, so let us review everything in sequence. Who is El Maria Lopez? Her full birth name, which was given at birth, was El Maria del Rio Morales Lopez. She was born March 17, 1995, in a small town called San Cristobal Verapaz, to A. Morales and Brian Lopez, who raised 2 children. Omar was raised separately, but El Maria became close with both. As an infant, she nearly died due to an intestinal obstruction. Doctors offered no guarantees, but her mother still believed she would recover soon, which ultimately was true, despite the complex operation being performed so soon after her mother began praying and believing her daughter would recover soon enough. Thankfully, the surgery itself did not hinder or impact her development at all, despite this early stage occurrence. El Maria was actively engaged in sports during her school years, particularly gymnastics and athletics sections of both. Additionally, she enjoyed classical choreography, something which allowed her to easily connect with different people and quickly make friends. Furthermore, El Maria excelled academically while showing great promise in humanities studies. After graduating school, El Maria decided to further her education at an elite state university. She chose law, then later specializing in criminalistics, something which had always captured her imagination. At age 24, El Maria visited Coban, the capital of Alta Verapaz, to commemorate her older brother's 25th birthday and give him what had long been on his wish list, a motorcycle. Her parents and sister visited a car dealership there and met the polite, attentive sales consultant named Jorge, who provided them with the entire assortment before offering advice about which models might suit best. El Maria decided on one model, but decided it best after consulting her family head first, before leaving with business cards from both dealerships, as well as leaving her phone number so future contacts could follow up. Soon she received a phone call from Jorge, her consultant from the salon, but this conversation was more personal in nature. Jorge then dialed El Maria's number several more times before finally taking the bold step to ask her out to a coffee shop. It was clear he greatly desired meeting this beautiful brunette, but was uncertain where he should start his pursuit of knowing her better. Attracted by Jorge as much as she was by him, El Maria accepted his proposal of meeting. A year was no barrier between them. Almost instantly they began an intimate romantic relationship that quickly blossomed. Both felt it was love at first sight, and both believed a long and happy future lay ahead for them. After only several months, they decided to live together despite disapproval from both parents. By 6 months later, they were married in an intimate ceremony, with only those closest to them attending as guests. Unsurprisingly, issues began on the wedding day when the institution where the banquet would take place encountered difficulties, almost derailing their holiday celebration. They had to overpay in order to have their ceremony still take place on time. Who is Jorge? Ms. Unfortunately, there is only limited information about El Maria's intended partner Jorge available to the public. We know he was born in 1996 in Santa Catalina, Latina town in central Guatemala. Jorge was one of 2 sons raised together. Due to financial pressures at home and family life balancing on the edge of poverty, Jorge wasn't spoiled with extravagant clothes or toys like many children would receive. Rather, only enough was available for basic needs such as housing. Jorge was not driven to seek out better opportunities. Therefore, he did not pursue education and job searching. Instead, he just drifted along his course without bothering to seek better situations for himself. People who knew Jorge described him as being uncommunicative and sometimes aggressive. His emotions often overpowered his rational decisions, leading to him not having many friends or creating successful relationships between sexes. He made every effort to woo her love, then in a rush got married out of fear that she might change her mind. Meanwhile, El Maria's parents initially treated her prospective son-in-law suspiciously. There was something they did not approve of in this young man, yet were powerless to stop their daughter from marrying him. An unhappily marriage. Soon after their wedding, a young wife became pregnant. But as she had not completed university yet, it proved difficult for her to secure employment. No one wanted to hire an inexperienced girl in such an undesirable position, so she settled for casual labor instead. Meanwhile, her husband had lost his job but was in no rush to find another occupation of his own. After they gave birth to Alice, Jorge convinced his wife that their family's only solution would be temporary living arrangements with his parents' house. Jorge successfully convinced his wife of his plan. El Maria initially refused, but as there was no other choice, and they could no longer stay on the streets with a baby in tow, she eventually agreed. Knew of El Maria's family problems and repeatedly persuaded her to return home. But El Maria refused and persisted, saying everything would soon improve with her husband. There was no cause for worry. One day, when visiting her daughter and granddaughter at Jorge's parents' home, the mother found an alarming picture. El Maria was in such poor health that she only consumed food once per day. Jorge's family did nothing for her well-being. El Maria was living at her mother-in-law's home and receiving only limited food. Malnourishment could potentially compromise both her own and the child's health. Unfortunately, El Maria encountered more challenges and troubles at her in-laws' home than just lack of sustenance. At first, El Maria was frequently bullied and even assaulted by Jorge's younger brother, as he became angry over Alice's crying and presence of children's items in their house, throwing items like toys at El Maria repeatedly, once even firing off a baby bottle at El Maria that hit Alice while still being held by El Maria herself. Jorge saw all this unfold, but did not stand up for either his wife or daughter, and instead treated them like strangers. Convinced her daughter to take her granddaughter back with them and return to A's parents' house, but soon Jorge appeared and insisted his wife return, promising that he could get work and taking steps toward that end. Eventually she agreed, but only if Jorge could rent an apartment so they could live independently from his parents. El Maria finally fulfilled a long-standing dream when she won a job as an investigator with the city prosecutor's office. An intelligent, talented, and very responsible young woman, El Maria quickly gained respect amongst her colleagues before gradually climbing her career ladder. Over time, financial circumstances improved significantly enough that their family could afford a car of their own, thanks solely to El Maria's hard work. Her efforts were highly appreciated by superiors who respected her efforts. Jorge was still trying to discover who he was, choosing instead to live at his wife's expense. Jealous, lazy, and domestically oppressive were just a few characteristics Jorge displayed. These behaviors escalated over time, with explosive temper tantrums from both him and his wife. Georgia was not happy working, preferring to sit home watching TV with his friends while drinking beer and spending what his wife earned. Additionally, Jorge was pathologically jealous and attempted to control every move made by his beloved partner. He did not permit her to form friendships, have lunch with colleagues in cafes, or be anywhere without him present. He constantly checked her phone, looking at its call history and messages, as well as prohibiting her from opening accounts on social networks. At home, when left to his own devices, the husband behaved similarly, creating scandals seemingly out of nowhere and continually clarifying relations before placing all blame for problems and family tension on his wife. Jorge was not protective of his wife while living at his parents' house and would allow her to be humiliated, insulted, and even physically attacked by relatives, sometimes succumbing to their force with physical threats, other times allowing his fists to fly even though this action seemed inappropriate at times. He treated El Maria like his property, believing she would endure all his abuse. Neighbors frequently heard screams coming from inside their house, as well as witnessed signs of beatings on her body and face. El Maria repeatedly attempted to leave her marriage and file for a divorce. She tried several times to move with their daughter from their rented apartment into El Maria's parents' house, but each time her abusive husband came there and begged for forgiveness. Instead of listening to what her parents advised, El Maria always forgave him, giving him another chance. After another argument over manhandling, El Maria took 3-year-old Alice into her car and came crying back home to her mother's house. A day later, Jorge showed up, seemingly seeking either El Maria back or their car back. Instead, he professed that his life would change now that he had found employment, promising never again to raise his hand against her. Surprising, El Maria believed him and went with Jorge back to their rented apartment together. Midway through January 2021, El Maria called her mother in distress about how her husband had both failed to secure employment and stolen all the earnings that El Maria had earned while at work, leaving the family penniless. Feeling sorry for El Maria, offered some money so El Maria and her granddaughter would have enough to cover all needs until received her salary payment. A meeting was scheduled on January 19th, but El Maria never showed up and failed to respond to phone calls or messages, something which was very unusual from her. Concerned, decided to visit her daughter's workplace the next day, where she learned that El Maria hadn't shown up and no one had been able to reach her. Jorge arrived at the prosecutor's office shortly afterwards in search of El Maria. According to him, they had once more quarreled, and that El Maria had gone back home and wasn't answering calls due to being offended by him. Quickly sensed something was amiss and assumed Jorge was telling lies. Therefore, she took swiftly with her daughter-in-law before heading straight for police, so the search for El Maria could begin as quickly as possible. That same day, an alert system called Alerta Isabel Claudina was announced nationwide as an emergency search was initiated for a young woman reported as missing. At the outset of the massive search, her husband was immediately identified as a suspect. Indeed, one might argue he was the sole individual to be suspected in her disappearance. El Maria had no adversaries or reason to suspect she had been taken captive, with Jorge being her last known contact before she had disappeared. Naturally, this individual denied any involvement in the case by alleging he himself had been knocked down while searching for his wife and was now furious that he became the primary suspect. At the same time, he himself was often confused in his testimony and could not clearly explain why he did not alert police about his wife's disappearance on the day she had vanished, or why, if he thought she may have been at her mother-in-law's home, why he did not call or visit there immediately. While police were combing through witnesses and combing the area for clues to find El Maria's whereabouts, her remains were inadvertently found by municipal workers on January 22nd. Workers responded to a report about clogged storm drain near a road when they noticed something odd in one of the large plastic bags containing human charred remains inside it. They immediately reported this horrifying discovery to authorities. Police officers, upon their arrival, suggested that the body could be that of El Maria Lopez, who was wanted across the country. Forensic experts confirmed the remains belonged to a young woman. Her parents and brother confirmed with certainty that it was El Maria Lopez, even though her body had been severely disfigured by fire. Furthermore, it's noteworthy that the package was found near where El Maria worked at an attorney office without surveillance cameras or lighting available in that location. Pathologists were able to establish that despite the body being badly burned, she had been severely beaten before succumbing to asphyxia due to internal hemorrhages, fractures sustained while she was alive, caked blood in the nose and mouth, and deep marks on her neck indicating strangulation. An odd message, as no new suspects had emerged, and both of her parents believed it to have been their son-in-law who had so cruelly killed their daughter. Jorge was quickly taken into custody, with psychologists and criminalists conducting extensive analyses into his motive for killing Jorge. Additionally, they must assess in detail this marriage and its relationships within its family unit. At one point in this investigation, Lopez provided a harrowing audio recording sent anonymously by someone living nearby. Apparently, this person had witnessed several scandals within her daughter and son-in-law's family, but never imagined that these would end in such a violent death of one or both parties involved. Jorge was shaken to hear Luz Maria screaming for help, while sobs could be heard in the background. Jorge expressed shock over what she heard and stated that had that witness called 911 immediately, her daughter may still be alive today. Unfortunately, however, neither he nor anyone he recorded from visited Luz Maria's home, from which the screams originated, and thus could not be involved as a witness in Jorge's investigation as witness. Lopez used the audio recording as part of her criminal case materials and gave a public interview where she asked all citizens to be aware and report any instances of domestic abuse that arise, not simply film them with cameras or record them with dictaphones. According to Lopez, these simple actions could save lives. This high-profile crime caused widespread public outrage, prompting thousands of people to stage rallies throughout the country, demanding justice be served against Jorge. Though Jorge was quickly taken into custody upon discovery of this offense, he continued denying any guilt by maintaining that he personally drove his wife to work the day she disappeared. Yet another avenue of defense against accusations made against him by witnesses who are calling for his punishment. Street CCTV footage did show Luz Maria driving toward his workplace that morning. However, due to tinted windows, it could not be established how many were in their car or whether or not she ever exited it. None of the recordings depicted their car stopping or Luz Maria getting out. At their rented home, numerous washed-out traces of blood and drag marks were discovered that hinted that violent acts had taken place here. Suspicion was confirmed when microscopic fragments of burnt flesh were found in their family car's trunk. At the same time, during their search, investigators were interested in an orthopedic mattress purchased recently by Jorge and Luz Maria. More precisely, not even the mattress, but its dense polyethylene wrapper which they had recently purchased together. When it was compared with similar examples in similar households, Jorge packed Luz Maria's burnt remains in it, and numerous witnesses heard him threaten her with death before making this purchase. Just days before Luz Maria suddenly vanished, Jorge had made public threats that if she decided to leave him, he would kill and hide her body so no one would find it again, as evidenced by repeated insults by Jorge, as well as threats threatening to kill her or hide it so no one would find her remains. Based on data compiled by expert criminologists and testimony provided by several witnesses, the investigation pieced together the grisly details of this crime. On January 19, 2021, Jorge went into a fit of anger during a heated marital fight, striking his wife several times before snapping back at her several times, prompting her to cry out in pain, which neighbors heard but did not contact the police immediately. The killing occurred the night of January 19, 2021. Jorge had had difficulty controlling outbursts of anger before, so when his temper had flared again on January 18th, when his fists reached his fists on January 18, 2021, just after midnight when his fists hit home again, when his anger control failed him completely and hit her several times, prompting her cries for help from her that neighbors heard but did not call for help immediately, or call in police for help when his fists struck during their marriage vows on January 18, 2021, after Jorge gave in to his fists again when, during an argument between spouses on January 18, 2021, after an argument between spouses got physical, which resulted in his use of anger control issues before so, quickly losing control again when outbursts of anger had to control before. But this time just went wild, resulting in hitting her several times, making her to cry out several times before finally sending it. Neighbors heard but did nothing when the phone call for assistance. Jorge beat his wife severely, breaking her nose and inflicting head trauma. Subsequently, he strangled her using only his bare hands before trying to dispose of her body by taking it outside into his backyard, dousing it in campfire liquid, and setting it afire. But Jorge wasn't expecting such an intense fire starter that his neighbors might notice and report his conduct. Fearing that they may call the fire department or police upon seeing it burning, Jorge quickly put out the flames, wrapped the burnt remains in plastic, before quickly moving it somewhere he thought no one else would find its remains, before setting it ablaze again, somewhere safe, where nobody would discover it again. Jorge committed these atrocities in full view of their young daughter, who, though still understanding some aspects of what was going on, still witnessed beating and crimes committed, evidenced by cries and screams caught on tape from her child. Jorge had gained some knowledge of forensics, thanks to Luis Maria's textbooks that were abundant in their home, so he attempted to cover up and establish an alibi by finding an area without lights or video cameras where he dumped Luis Maria's body in a drainage sewer, unsuspiciously. On his daily commute to work, he drove along her usual route as if Luis Maria were present, only for him not be found there at her place of work the following morning, then began an active search with colleagues, acquaintances, and relatives until it finally found her. Criminals' lawyers attempted to delay and dilute Jorge's trial as much as possible, while also trying to derail the investigation. They claimed all evidence and witness statements were circumstantial and couldn't unambiguously prove Jorge's guilt. Defense attorneys sought house arrest instead of detention, as well as claimed Jorge himself was deeply devastated at being charged with killing the mother of his child he deeply loved and cared about. However, the key piece of evidence was obtained from Luis Maria's phone. Jorge held on to it all along, and immediately after her murder sent messages out using it in an attempt to make her seem alive. Additionally, tracking smartphone movements showed it often coincided with Jorge's phone, although Jorge's lawyers attempted to spin this evidence in favor of their client by saying Jorge found his wife's phone and drove around searching for her. No explanation could be offered for why Jorge was also sending messages through it while calling it from his own cell phone. Expert witnesses recorded photos showing bruises and scratches found on his body the day of his arrest as further proof that the defendant had committed his crimes, with most vivid ones occurring near the area where the victim had attempted resistance. Jorge's neck had suffered from an accidental scratch, yet only tiny particles of his epithelium under the fingernails of those responsible for his murder could not be located due to fire destruction. Due to a number of contentious points, the prosecutor asked for maximum punishment against those responsible. Court hearings and proceedings had to be repeatedly postponed due to coronavirus pandemic. But in October 2022, after numerous delays due to coronavirus pandemic, defendant was finally found guilty for murdering his wife, sentenced to 50 years. He did not admit his guilt himself, but custody was given over to Alice's maternal grandparents, who admitted that their lives now center around their granddaughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The summer of 1985 in London turned out to be sunny and warm, breathing nature and tranquility. However, at 3:30 on the morning of August 7th, a sudden phone call rang at the home of Jeremy Bamber, heir to White House Farm. The young man, barely awake, picked up the phone wondering who could be calling him so early. On the other end of the line was his foster father, his voice sounding unusual. He was clearly panicking, and Jeremy couldn't make out his father's words. He tried to concentrate and realize what had happened, but his efforts were futile, and soon there was an eerie silence on the other end of the line. The last thing Jeremy heard from his father was, "Your sister's gone crazy, she's got a gun." Without hesitation, Jeremy immediately called the police and reported his sister's alarming dialogue, emphasizing its potential danger to himself and his sister. A half hour after receiving this call from Jeremy himself, officers arrived on site, followed by officers assigned to investigate further. As was typical with English police forces, upon hearing what the son of the farm owners had reported over the phone to the police force, since it was suspected that weapons may be involved, English law enforcement decided not to rush in as their professional strategy required. Effectiveness can be debated endlessly. Ultimately, the English authorities must determine their success. When they arrive at a scene of a call, they usually arrive unarmed and observe events without intervening directly, waiting either for the situation to resolve itself naturally or for special units to step in as needed. Police officers remained at a distance from the house while remaining close to Jeremy, and asked him about what had occurred in their family home the previous night. According to Jeremy, they had all been eating dinner together as a family. There had been some slight disagreement towards the end of dinner, but nothing serious that could have caused such an unforeseen tragedy. Furthermore, Jeremy revealed that both his pistol and .22 caliber carbine had been left with his parents, both fully functional and loaded. Special team that arrived on the scene determined that all doors and windows in the house were locked, except one on the first-floor master bedroom window. Utilizing loudspeakers for 2 hours, they tried communicating with someone inside but only heard barking of a dog inside. Nearly 3 hours had passed since the first police officers had arrived on the scene. By 8 in the morning, SWAT team officers entered a house marked by an eerie silence. Carefully, they moved through each room until reaching the kitchen where chaos reigned. An overturned chair lay scattered on the floor beside Neville Bamber, Jeremy's father. Their bodies showed evidence of struggle as evidenced by bruises and abrasions on arms, face, broken nose, and jaw, although unfortunately due to 8 bullet wounds, including 6 to the head, chances for survival were no longer viable. On a kitchen surface lay a telephone with its receiver removed and several rounds of .22 caliber ammunition, an image which left police shocked. Nonetheless, they proceeded with their investigation in detail of the entire house, beginning by inspecting its first floor, first if there were no family members present, and later on, its second. Every step had to be carefully taken so as to minimize unnecessary noise. But due to creaky floors in an older home, this proved challenging. There were no further bodies found on the first floor. However, in 2 bedrooms on the second floor, 4 more bodies were discovered: June, Sheila, Daniel, and Nicholas. 4 children killed by gunshots. Sheila lying near her parents' room, with 2 bullet wounds under her chin, along with 25 bullets used to take out 5 family members. That many bullets provoked questions. Was someone taking aim at the Bamber family on purpose? What had been their motivation? Or perhaps an attempt by the real perpetrator to mislead police officers? Authorities began conducting extensive investigations to gain answers for all these queries about each member of their deceased family. History of the Bamber family. Essex is an idyllic retreat just a short drive from London and attracts an endless flow of tourists, yet retains its value to locals by providing an escape from city life. You can enjoy fresh air while strolling endless green meadows or tasting crystal-clear lake water. Visit medieval castles. Immerse yourself in amazing stories. This was probably why Essex became such an appealing location for the Bamber family when they decided to settle here. June and Neville found joy in owning White House Farm and making their dreams of marriage reality come true. At age 25, June married Neville, and together the couple set off on the journey that would see them create a strong and prosperous family life together. Neville served in the Royal Air Force before taking up magistrate duties for local courts after fulfilling his service obligation. Fate brought them some unexpected twists when June's efforts at becoming pregnant failed, prompting them to look into adopting children from an orphanage as a means of expanding their family. 2 children, Sheila at just 3 months old and later Jeremy at 6 months old, became part of their lives. June and Neville proved to be caring parents, filling their children's days with love and care. Growing up, their children received an excellent education at prestigious private schools. The Bamber family's financial situation was extremely prosperous, allowing them to provide their children with every opportunity. Jeremy, despite his brilliant education, was characterized by a withdrawn character and preferred solitude. From childhood, his tendency toward rebelliousness was evident in elementary school, where he did poorly, leading to his parents' decision to send him to boarding school in 1970 when he was 9 years old. The English boarding schools of the time were rigid, and Jeremy quickly realized that there would be strict discipline. The years at boarding school were difficult, but may have played a role in changing Jeremy's character for the better. Having excelled at university, he became more calm, and his parents were proud of their son. After successfully completing university, Jeremy's father, Neville, offered him a job on a farm in England. The young man immediately accepted the offer, and in 1982, He returned from the journey he had been on since completing his studies. His parents provided him with comfortable accommodations, including a cottage, a car, and a good salary. They also counted on him to help them in their old age. However, despite outward success within the family, Jeremy faced tensions related to religious differences. June, a deeply religious woman, experienced turbulent emotions because her children did not share her religious beliefs. Her attempts to guide them toward faith were futile. Difficulties in family relationships and frustration led her to depression. She underwent treatment that included the use of electroshock therapy, which at the time was considered a method of dealing with mental illness. Sheila, June and Neville's daughter, also had a significant impact on her mother's development of depression. Unlike her calmer brother Jeremy, she was fascinated by the fashion world and dreamed of becoming a model. But June adamantly denied the idea, not wanting to hear about her daughter being involved in the world of show business. These were just a few of the many surprises Sheila gave her parents. At the age of 17, she announced she was pregnant, and June was faced with a difficult choice: forbid her daughter to have a child out of wedlock, as it was religiously unacceptable, or force her to have an abortion, which is also forbidden in the Christian world. In the end, June relieved herself of all responsibility and asked Sheila to make the decision herself, but in such a way that no one in their family would ever know that she had gotten rid of the pregnancy. The result was a deterioration in the relationship between mother and adopted daughter. In 1977, Sheila did marry Colin Caffell, the father of her first unborn child, despite her parents' protests. The young couple became a family and soon had twins, Nicholas and Daniel. However, after some time, Sheila began to suspect her husband of infidelity and filed for divorce. This had a serious impact on her mental health. Sheila spent several months in a psychiatric hospital, where she was also treated with electroshock therapy, just like her mother. Meanwhile, Sheila's sons were sent to an orphanage where they stayed for almost 2 years. Sheila's health only worsened. She became anxious, often expressing a desire to take her and her children's lives, claiming that they were under the influence of the devil. She suffered from paranoid schizophrenia, while Jeremy, who used to cause a lot of problems for his parents, calmed down and was happy with his life. In 1985, Sheila met up with her ex-husband, Colin, again, and they reunited, taking their sons from the orphanage. In August, Sheila and her children were invited to the Bamber home to meet her parents. They were going to stay there for a week, after which Colin and the boys were to take a trip to Norway. He brought Sheila and the children to the farm, and on Tuesday, August 6, 1985, everyone gathered at the beautiful White House farmhouse. It turned out to be the last dinner of the Bamber family. A few days after the tragedy, the Bamber funeral was held, and naturally, Jeremy attended it. It was a difficult and bitter moment for him. He cried a lot and was shocked by what had happened. But it was on this day that the investigation took a new turn. Strange behavior was noticed in Jeremy's behavior, which relatives of the Bamber family reported to the authorities. During breaks between bouts of grief and tears, he would utter ridiculous phrases, referring to himself as the boss. Those around him saw a smile on his face, an unusual smile, but a smile characteristic of a contented winner. All these observations and remarks were passed on to the authorities, and they decided to investigate more thoroughly. On this ill-fated evening, everything seemed perfect: a family dinner, a joyous mood, a delicious meal. However, one comment made by Neville and June changed things. The parents suggested that Sheila send the children back to the orphanage, emphasizing that she was unable to provide them with a proper upbringing. This provocative suggestion displeased Sheila, and she reacted sharply, saying that she was already thinking about it and would make a decision on her own. The warm atmosphere of the evening was broken at 9:30 p.m. Jeremy headed to his house at the same time Barbara Wilson, the secretary of the Bamber farm, called with a work-related matter. Neville picked up the phone, and Barbara noticed that he was irritable. There were loud voices in the background. People seemed to be arguing excitedly. This atmosphere amazed Barbara, for such a thing was a rare occurrence for the Bambers. She was unable to find out the cause of the conflict. However, as Neville quickly ended the conversation and hung up the phone. The next morning, all the family members in the house were found shot dead. Jeremy was the only one of the family left alive. He was unable to hide his tears. Investigators were respectful of his emotions and gave Jeremy time to recover before beginning interviews. Jeremy shared all the information available, not forgetting to mention the difficulties his sister had faced in life and the conflict over dinner on the evening of August 6th before he left the house. At first glance, the crime committed by Sheila appears to be a desperate and certainly unconscious act given her mental state. Under the influence of a parental remark, she could not stand the new invasion of her privacy, lost her mind, and resorted to gun violence, shooting the Bambers, her children, and herself. Investigators were certain that's exactly what happened. During an examination of the house, it became clear that the crime, which destroyed almost the entire family, was committed by the Bambers' mentally unstable adopted daughter, Sheila. This was evidenced by the weapon found lying on her body, pointing upwards towards her chin. The actions of the detective subsequently seem rather absurd. The police decided to put the house in order and to organize a strange process of burning the bloody bedding and carpets on which the bodies were lying. The police reasoned that they wished to rid Jeremy of the horrible memories of what had happened. The weapon found at the scene, which was potential evidence, was picked up by the officer with his bare hands. Reopening the investigation required a thorough examination of the scene to avoid jumping to conclusions. The first step was for detectives to examine the weapon. Several people's fingerprints were found on the barrel, including the investigator who apparently picked up an important piece of evidence without using gloves. The presence of Sheila's and Jeremy's prints didn't raise any questions. Jeremy confirmed that it was his gun, designed for hunting. He had purchased it legally. Sheila's prints, being a suspect in this crime, were quite expected. However, it is worth noting that the alleged perpetrator was shot twice in different parts of her body. How did she manage to subsequently take her own life? And that's where things started to become clearer. Suddenly, Julie, Jeremy's girlfriend, began to express doubts about his innocence. She contacted investigators and provided them with some curious details. On the night of August 7th, Jeremy called her, reporting problems at the farm. However, when Julie tried to find out more, Jeremy abruptly hung up. In addition, she recalled that several times before the tragedy, Jeremy had complained to her about his family, expressing fatigue with his in-laws. But the most shocking aspect of her testimony concerned the Bamber will. It turns out that the Bambers had made a will stating that all of their property was to go to their children upon their death, half to each, and also, their mother was going to rewrite their share in favor of the twins. Sheila. The events surrounding Sheila were an unexpected shock for Jeremy, and he openly expressed his displeasure with it with friends. Furthermore, Neville stipulated in his will that Jeremy be present on the farm in order to collect his portion from its estate. Julie saw him speak about planning to kill his family before placing the blame upon mentally unstable Sheila before police officers. According to Julie, he presented himself as the victim, telling them about this not only due to an interest in investigating, but also with revenge in mind. Julie informed police about this incident not just out of wanting to help investigate, but also out of wanting revenge against Sheila. According to Julie, told them about this incident not solely out of wanting help, but out of wanting payback against Sheila as well. Once Jeremy discovered who his lover was, in order to cover up his tracks and deflect policeman attention away from himself, he gave them the name of a potential suspect, a plumber whom he had hired as part of their property renovation plan. Yet, this clever plan failed. A plumber was recognized and interrogated, yet his story rang true. Although confused by why he was being interrogated regarding crime-related inquiries, he managed to provide convincing proof that he wasn't present during incidents in question. So, the list of suspects was narrowed to one suspect, Jeremy Bamber himself. Although arrested briefly, due to no tangible evidence, Jeremy was released without further hassle from the authorities, though they attempted to prevent him from traveling abroad. Though with an inheritance now on hand, Jeremy's financial position had improved significantly. Soon thereafter, Jeremy decided to depart England for Saint-Tropez, France, for a relaxing vacation. Prior to leaving, he sold off his father's vehicle. Meanwhile, his Bamber cousins demanded that Sheila's alleged killing spree by her family members be reviewed. These demands were relayed to both police and media sources, who informed them that their deputy, chief of CID, had already directed out all Bamber relatives after hearing allegations that James Bamber could have orchestrated such events. One of the brothers decided to examine the scene separately from his brothers. Doubting Sheila's involvement, he began searching for additional evidence. Meanwhile, his cousin sneaked through every door and cabinet, hoping to find new evidence. It worked. In one cupboard was hidden an object which shocked him, an empty silencer of an .22 caliber carbine covered with bloodstains, which inspired new possibilities. An examination of the length and width of the gun, along with its silencer installed, revealed evidence that Sheila could not turn it on herself and shoot herself, therefore ruling out Sheila as being responsible for murder. After being wounded twice and bleeding profusely from both wounds, she may have been unable to disassemble the silencer before concealing it away in her closet if she had fired without it. Had this extra device been present, it may have left bloodstain marks that proved it had been connected with carbine at moment of incident. On September 29th, Jeremy returned home and was immediately arrested by authorities for murdering members of his own family. This 18-day trial started on March 3, 1986 at Chelmsford Crown Court, where Jeremy Bamber looked arrogant in the dock during his trial. The prosecution alleged Bamber of lying, and telephone technicians from the station verified this by verifying his telephone line being busy that evening. As well, medical examiner testimony proved crucial during trial proceedings. Experts found a series of bruises, suggesting that Neville could withstand blows from his assailants. .22 caliber carbine. According to the medical examiner, this weapon had also caused similar injuries on other victims. Given Sheila's fragile and small frame, it seems unlikely that she could have caused such severe injuries to Neville prior to his death. More likely, as Jeremy was responsible for attacking him. Neville was covered with bruises upon his body. Sheila, too, likely received several blows during their fight, but no marks or bruises could be found anywhere on her body. Lawyers of Jeremy argued that Sheila, despite being mentally ill and physically fit, was capable of committing crimes. Their previous experience with guns and superior shooting ability gave evidence for this claim, along with fresher blood evidence which they believed pointed toward Sheila having killed first her family, then herself, either realizing she'd committed a crime or fear of coming police involvement as reasons. After hearing these theories, the prosecution was able to disprove them with solid evidence. A silencer with blood from Sheila's rifle was found hidden away in a closet, with blood traces belonging to Sheila. This evidence could not be refuted, leaving defense lawyers no other arguments to counter it. According to prosecution claims, Jeremy was motivated by frustration over learning of his mother's will splitting and by money issues in planning his bloodbath. On the day of the accident, Sheila was seen by both Sheila's housekeeper and 2 employees without any unusual behaviors being displayed by Sheila or her children. 2 employees also saw this and reported she appeared content. Barbara Wilson, who worked as farm clerk, reported contacting Neville around 9:15 p.m. and assumed she was breaking up an argument between Sheila and Neville. Instead, Barbara saw Neville become angry and start hanging out his fury as though this were something he has never done before. And she says, Neville usually remains calm person, whereas half an hour later, it is when Jeremy left his parents and went home alone. At nightfall, after a particularly long night, he returned to the bicycle he'd received from his mother just days earlier in order to remain hidden from view and avoid crossing any major roadway. Through an open doorway in a first-floor bedroom, Jeremy gained entry and found an unloaded and ready gun before entering his parents' bedroom, where he fired 2 rounds, killing Jane before firing it again at Neville, who awakened to protect himself. Jeremy attempted to commit suicide with this weapon before his father intervened with an attempt at protection himself and ended his own life instead. Fighting ensued between father and son. Jeremy managed to kill his father while in the kitchen before retreating back upstairs where he killed Sheila, along with her daughters, making it appear that his sister was responsible. Once killed, Jeremy left his carbine behind before climbing back onto his bike before making his way home. At first, Jeremy telephoned his girlfriend Julie and nearly fainted with excitement before calling the police to report his alleged father's phone call. This incident further raised doubts regarding the investigation, as should Neville have been threatened, he would have called them himself rather than his son Jeremy. Additionally, blood splatter was not evident around their home phone, despite a testimony by Jeremy suggesting his injury during said call, suggesting the receiver may have been removed for staging purposes. Suspicion about Jeremy's father began when his call came through. Instead of responding immediately, did not rush towards the area immediately. In reality, however, it was his own father. His family was involved, so the jury retired to discuss its verdict based on facts and speculations they knew to be accurate. Prior to that, Judge outlined 3 main concerns to jurors for them to determine who was more reliable, Julie Mugford or Jeremy Bamber. An important issue was whether they could establish that Sheila wasn't responsible for the murder. According to Judge, it came down to whether the second fatal shot fired at Sheila was fired, with silencers attached or not. If this was indeed the case, then this effectively eliminated any possibility that she was responsible. Was Neville Bamber in contact with his son Jason towards nightfall or not? Without such communication from Neville to Jason at that time, would have disproved Jason's account of events and made them indecipherable to most outsiders. On October 28th, after over 9 hours of deliberation by a jury of 11 jurors and 2 alternates, Jason Bamber was found guilty by a majority vote of 10-2, which met the minimum required to convict. Bamber received 5 lifetime prison terms without parole. Home Secretary Douglas Hurd determined in 1988 that Bamber did not qualify for release. This ruling remains contentious, as there has been no direct evidence suggesting his guilt. Bamber remains imprisoned to serve out his sentence. There may have been an error in the justice system, and that his sister Sheila could be responsible. Bamber claims he is innocent by filing appeals, and his attorney alleges the verdict was biased due to Jeremy's aggressive conduct during courtroom proceedings. Jeremy Bamber claims there is no proof of his guilt, and there remain numerous unanswered questions regarding the trial, such as testing Sheila's hands without conducting tests on them, and there being a police mishap at the site. Additionally, there may be reprisal against his ex-partner if found out. Trial for Bamber began in 1991. Unfortunately, in 1996, an officer of the police destroyed much of his evidence, something his legal defense team considered an act of disgraceful misconduct. In 1997, a DNA test revealed the presence of Sheila's blood in June's silencer. However, its results were complex and unclear. Gun experts from both the US and UK suggested in 2012 that marks to bodies weren't consistent with using silencers. Since 2015, Jeremy Bamber filed an appeal, asking that all evidence be given over to his defense disguised as attorney, for which he was sentenced to an additional 14-year prison time for fraud. To prove his innocence, Bamber established websites dedicated to his case while offering a substantial reward for any evidence which might reverse it. The Bamber family's case continues to attract public attention and raise doubts about the correctness of the verdict. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In the mid-2000s, this high-profile case sent shockwaves through America. For years after its investigation began, no suspect was brought to justice due to an absence of motive and disconnected evidence, as no one believed this man was capable. 6 long years were taken for detectives to piece the puzzle together at trial. An investigator even stated he'd never encountered anything like it during all his years of practice. We found ourselves immersed in an epic love triangle, double betrayal, and an ominous pretend no one noticed initially. Jason Young of Brevard, North Carolina was born in 1974 to an ordinary family. After high school graduation, he studied at Raleigh's renowned State University, before landing a sales job in a large retail chain where his services proved indispensable. Friends described him as fickle when it came to romantic relationships between people of opposite gender, even boasting about it themselves. Jason himself proudly admitted being known as a womanizer. Michelle Marie Young, née Fisher, was born in New York on February 1977. Growing up alongside Meredith, they quickly forged close ties from childhood onward. Linda dedicated much of her time and attention to supporting and helping to develop Michelle's abilities and talents, especially as an avid student of law and economics from an early age. From Michelle's school years, she dreamed of a future career in this area. Michelle graduated school, applied to several universities, and soon received a positive response from one in North Carolina's capital city. There she studied diligently at the Faculty of Economics and Law before going on to earn a master's degree. Soon thereafter, Michelle found work with one of North Carolina's premier accounting firms, where she earned well, supported herself fully, and made plans for future ventures. She decided to celebrate her 24th birthday at one of the city's premier entertainment venues with friends and colleagues, until an unfamiliar stranger turned abruptly and accidentally knocked a glass with cocktail out of her hand. As soon as he realized what had happened, Jason Young apologized and bought Michelle another cocktail to make amends for their interaction. Michelle quickly caught Jason Young's attention. He sat at Michelle's table and struck up a casual conversation, joked a lot, attempted to be funny and interesting, and at the end of the evening asked her out on a date. Michelle liked this casual acquaintance, so readily accepted his invite, thinking fate had given her something special on her birthday. As soon as they started communicating, it quickly became apparent that they shared many similarities. Both studied at the same university, although Jason finished 3 years earlier, supported the same hockey team, and shared an appreciation of a musical group. Their romance blossomed quickly. However, living together or even getting married were simply out of reach at that time. As soon as Michelle told Jason she was pregnant during one of their meetings, it came as quite a shock. Neither one was prepared for having children just yet. Both Jason and Michelle had been focused on their careers rather than starting families just yet. He made his feelings known quite emphatically, but, after some hesitation on Michelle's part, decided that keeping the child was best option. Jason took 1 month to consider his situation before moving back to Raleigh to be with Michelle while she was pregnant, which ultimately led them to legalize their relationship. Not love or pregnancy had anything to do with it. Michelle didn't have health insurance at the time, and marriage allowed them to avoid significant costs associated with childbirth. Their daughter, Cassidy Elizabeth, was born shortly thereafter, and Cassidy Elizabeth began life together, with both of their mothers helping out domestic life tasks as soon as she could manage on her own. Michelle's family carefully accepted Jason as her partner. While wary, they attempted to avoid conflicts. Soon thereafter, Michelle and Jason moved into their own large house located in a quiet and landscaped part of the city, where their mother Linda would come and help manage household duties and visit her daughter and granddaughter regularly. Linda noticed there was an unusually tense atmosphere within this family, due to Jason being over-emotional and easily provoked, causing many arguments with Michelle but publicly appearing happy. But only speaking candidly with Linda could Michelle truly express how things were really happening within. An unexpected but significant sign occurred just 2 years into Cassidy's life, when Michelle found herself pregnant again and cautiously told Jason. To their delight, Jason responded positively and seemed even pleased about it. To share this happy news with Jason's parents, who were in Brevard for the weekend visit, Michelle decided to travel by car with the family as well, first celebrating their news with relatives before heading off together to a restaurant for another celebration together. While driving home, Jason overcorrected and the car careened off into a ravine. Although Michelle experienced shock and fear after the incident, their lives were unthreatened, and no serious injury occurred, despite its nerve-wracking effects on pregnancy. Jason took it all in stride, yet Michelle experienced miscarriage due to its stress. With all this happening simultaneously, an accident, child miscarriage, and strange indifference towards it from Jason, suspicions arose that something else might be going on behind closed doors. Later, Linda Fisher would describe that accident as an omen that no one paid adequate heed to. Jason and Michelle Manny had known one another since university days. Although they hadn't seen each other in some time, shortly before Jason was involved in an accident, he accidentally met Michelle Manny during a work trip in 2006. After telling his wife about it and inviting Michelle Manny over, they decided to invite her over as well, despite her complaining of family life issues and relationship difficulties with her spouse during her visit, while also constantly complimenting Jason and telling his wife how lucky they were to be with him. Michelle Manny accepted their invitation yet began complaining of her unhappy family life issues while constantly complimenting Jason, while telling his wife how lucky she was in life, and telling his wife how lucky she was in life. By contrast, praised Jason while constantly telling his wife how special she was. Pregnant Michelle wasn't alarmed by Jason Young's behavior. She intended only to comfort and support her during her pregnancy. Yet Jason saw an opportunity in it. What began as friendly support quickly escalated into flirtation and affair-initiating behavior. Jason Young and Michelle Manny began calling each other almost daily and sneaking out together, always justifying his absences as business trips for Jason while keeping their spouse unaware. Michelle informed Jason she was pregnant again in June 2006, yet this time he did not react positively. Michelle thought his distance might have something to do with their miscarriage experience several months prior. Little did she know, Jason had already begun planning how he wanted to end their marriage as quickly and painlessly as possible. Early November, when Michelle was 5 months pregnant and Jason had another business trip of 300 miles in his own car, but with hotel accommodations booked along the way. That evening, Michelle spoke on the phone with her best friend about family problems, as well as recalling an argument between herself and Jason the night before he left. After this conversation ended, she returned upstairs, put their daughter to bed, and fell asleep next to her. At about 10 p.m. in the evening, Jason checked into a hotel claiming he was tired from traveling, but quickly went directly to bed. In truth, however, he was carefully inspecting entrances, exits, and security camera locations as he carefully plotted how he could exit and enter unnoticed, planning what he believed to be an ideal crime plan. He prepared an ironclad alibi in anticipation. Jason had made contact with Meredith early that morning in order to seek assistance for their wedding anniversary surprise, giving Michelle something beautiful from an online store, but inadvertently sending the page to their home fax machine instead of Michelle seeing it first and ruining the surprise. Meredith agreed to assist Jason, though she disliked her son-in-law a great deal. Meredith had entered Michelle's house through a secret door in the garage that was known to only family members, leaving it always open and unlocked. Michelle's papers, keys, and wallet were still sitting on her table in the hallway as evidence that she hadn't left. It seemed eerily quiet there too, despite having seen Michelle leave with no one around to claim them, if anything. Meredith noticed when she returned upstairs that Michelle's bedroom door was wide open, but no one answered when she called out for them. When she entered, however, she witnessed an unsettling scene where Michelle lay unconscious with a fractured skull in a pool of her own blood by the bedside floor. Blood was everywhere, on the walls, furniture, and even baby footprints near her body. Unfortunately, no one could help the pregnant woman. She had been dead for hours. Her sister quickly called emergency services when she heard something moving underneath the bed. Cassidy stared back, confused but terrified. Cassidy had seen her mother die, spending hours by her body as evidenced by marks on the floor and toys brought for comforting purposes by Cassidy herself. Later, forensic experts identified numerous bruises, abrasions, and fractures on Michelle's body, indicating a long and violent attack by unknown means. Michelle had her teeth knocked out while her skull fractured with something heavy. Unfortunately, this murder weapon never materialized. Bloodied pillows were found next to the body, with evidence pointing toward it being used to smother her. No other items had been stolen from the house, suggesting that murder had been their sole goal. Locks were undamaged, and no signs of forced entry could be seen. This suggests that the perpetrator may have known about and had access to a secret door known only to family members. Young was the suspected culprit, yet had an alibi that seemed compelling. He claimed he checked into his hotel room that night and left in the morning for a scheduled business meeting. Checkbacks confirmed this use of Young's room keycard, both times, at nighttime for entering and in the morning for exiting. However, upon closer investigation, a host of oddities and inconsistencies soon surfaced. A hotel employee noticed early one morning that an emergency exit was both open and propped, open with cobblestones to prevent it from closing too suddenly. When the investigation decided to check out the surveillance camera aimed at that door to find out who committed the crime, they found out that this camera had been deliberately disabled on the night of Young's arrival at his room and stopped recording about 30 minutes after Young had arrived at his lodgings. Uneven stranger still was discovered during the night, during which someone who looked like Jason Young was seen purchasing gas at a station between his hotel room and the crime scene. However, when asked for identification as per rule, he refused and quickly left after paying in cash. An attendant later identified Jason Young, but this man maintained that they had slept in their hotel room during that night. Young was also calling Michelle Mani more than 24 times on the day before the tragedy, and, near morning time, 5 more times with short conversations lasting only 15 seconds each time, suggesting Jason may have been panicked as these calls came from outside of the hotel where he claimed to have spent all night. Additionally, he appeared late for scheduled business meetings and appeared disoriented and confused. Young's evidence, taken individually or collectively, could not prove his guilt in Michelle's murder, thus leading to years of investigation and an agonizingly long verdict process. Meanwhile, Jason lived his normal life, even gaining custody of their young daughter despite their relatives having known Michelle since childhood, further heightening suspicions he may be guilty. Jason Young was arrested at the end of 2009 but, despite an abundance of evidence pointing towards his guilt, was not found guilty due to an impasse among members of the jury. Eventually, in 2012, however, more evidence came forward, including testimony from witnesses who saw Jason Young outside different parts of the hotel that night, as well as testimony from those who saw his distinctive white car parked not far from where his own house stood in an unlit lot. Child psychologist Dr. Lisa Weitz testified of Cassidy's bizarre doll play during which she would depict how Jason spanked and then would not pick up his wife from the floor after spanking her, leading her to stay on her knees until her daddy spanked again and they both dropped to their knees on the floor together. Mani testified as an eyewitness against Jason. She admitted his affair but justified it by explaining he was deeply unhappy in his family life, as stated to everyone by him. Another former mistress admitted she feared his outbursts of anger would hit hard and could hit them both during such episodes, further complicating matters further for both of them in court proceedings. Jason Young was found guilty after an extended trial for brutally assaulting his pregnant wife. For this crime, he was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. Jason filed his initial appeal, but it was rejected. Subsequent attempts for review of his case by state court of appeals panels also proved futile. Cassidy became virtually orphaned, as her mother was murdered while Jason went behind bars, now being raised by an aunt and maternal grandparents in foster care. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The Rachel O'Reilly case is one of Ireland's most violent crimes. When a person disappears without a trace or dies in mysterious circumstances, usually, the other half becomes one of the main suspects. Unfortunately, in about 80% of cases, suspicions are justified. In such crimes, there is usually not even a clear motive, and the crime itself has been defined as domestic, as if it were something ordinary. In the early 2000s, the high-profile case of Rachel O'Reilly literally shocked the whole of Ireland, with its unprecedented cruelty and cold-bloodedness. A young woman and mother of 2 young children were brutally murdered in her own home. Police officers who arrived on the scene admitted that they had never encountered such a horrific crime scene in their practice. To solve this mystery and put all the pieces of the puzzle together, investigators spent several years on painstaking work. During all this time, the criminal remained at large and was sure that his guilt would never be proven. Perhaps it would have remained that way, but the killer was let down by his own vanity. Now, let's take the whole story from the beginning. Who is Rachel O'Reilly? Rachel O'Reilly, who was named Callie, was born in 1974 on the northern outskirts of County Dublin, Ireland. Her biological parents, a girl and boy, did not know at an early age that she was adopted by spouses Rose and Jim Cayley. She was brought up with 4 other adopted children of the couple, since Rose and Jim could not have children of their own. They gave all their parental love without a trace of favoritism. From a young age, Rachel was an active and purposeful child. She excelled in school, played sports, helped her parents with household chores, and never caused any problems. The girl grew up to be sociable, open, and incredibly kind. She easily got along with everyone and avoided conflicts. As a teenager, Rachel was seriously engaged in softball, constantly participating in various competitions, and even setting several local records. She also had a very strong bond with her foster mother, to whom she confided all her secrets, and with whom she maintained constant communication, even after she got married and had children of her own. After graduating from high school, Rachel enrolled in one of the local universities to pursue a degree in marketing. At the same time, she got a job as a salesperson in a city department store, and in her spare time, she continued to play sports representing the locale team. Who is Joe O'Reilly? Joe O'Reilly became widely known for his inhumane treatment of his spouse and mother of his 2 children, yet little information exists on who he was as a young person. Joe O'Reilly hails from County Dublin, where he was born into an impoverished family in 1972. Raised alongside his elder sister, both children were taught that hard work should lead to success, and were taught not to expect special privileges from their parents. Joe was an athletic young man with a deep appreciation of softball. Following graduation, he decided to study advertising via correspondence course. To support himself financially, he secured employment at a department store where Rachel would eventually begin working, a few months later, as manager. At their first encounter, Joe was 19, while Rachel was only 17. Joe noticed Rachel immediately as soon as he heard she was working at his company and introduced himself, being charmed by her diminutive stature and beautiful blonde locks, making a lasting impression upon him. But when Joe asked Rachel out, she emphatically refused. This left Joe baffled. Undeterred, Joe persisted with his pursuit of Rachel by offering compliments and small surprises such as flowers or chocolates at her workplace. Joe's persistence became amusing to the store's staff, but he did not abandon this pursuit of Rachel. To engage her more fully, he even read one of her favorite books, so as to provide common ground for conversation. Joe took notice when Rachel became interested in softball and joined her at the stadium and practices, eventually playing alongside her to lead their team to victory. This impressed Rachel so much, she agreed to go on a date with him. Joe quickly took advantage of their rapid development to demonstrate his love for Rachel. To impress her even further, he surprised her by inviting her on an unforgettable trip to Paris, where he proposed on top of the Eiffel Tower, and she accepted his proposal with joy, believing she had found her Prince Charming from fairy tale. Together, they looked forward to an eternally blissful future together. Few years later, Rachel and Angus married and welcomed 2 sons. Following Rachel giving birth to her eldest son, Rachel became a dedicated housewife caring for both herself and the children. 2 years later, they welcomed another son. Joe became the primary breadwinner for his family by working at an advertising agency specializing in outdoor advertising. People who knew Joe personally recalled him as being confident, purposeful, charming, punctual, and willing to put in extra hours as needed at work. Joe led an active lifestyle, often hitting up the gym before starting work each morning. His home even contained exercise machines and dumbbells for him to use before beginning his day. As their sons grew older, Rachel decided to become a distributor for a well-known cosmetics company and sell household goods in order to increase the family income. Her new job enabled her to interact with more of their neighbors, who praised her as an amazing and caring mother. However, Joe became less present at home. He would come home only for sleep, showering, and clothing changes. His heavy workload and anticipation of an upcoming promotion kept him away. Rachel did her best to support Joe. However, gradually they drifted apart and their family relations began deteriorating significantly. A distressful event took place in 2004 when someone sent an anonymous letter alleging Rachel of mistreating her two sons aged 4 and 2, both at that time ages 4 and 2 respectively. A special commission visited their home to investigate and found no evidence to corroborate these allegations against Rachel despite testimony from family, neighbors, and relatives about how loving and attentive Rachel is as a mother. Despite this initial letter casting doubt upon her reputation. What happened to Rachel O'Reilly? On Monday morning, October 4, 2004, Joe O'Reilly left home early, while his wife and children slept peacefully. As the day progressed, Joe attempted to contact his wife through texts, phone calls, voicemail messages, voicemail and home phone only to be met by an answering machine, finally leaving an increasingly concerned voicemail urging his wife to contact him immediately. On Tuesday afternoon, Joe received a phone call from their kindergarten teacher informing him that Rachel had failed to pick up their children as expected, something which had never happened before. Concerned, Joe immediately called Rose, who lived nearby, to see if she knew where Rachel might be located. Since Rose didn't, Joe asked Rose to go check on them, while he himself headed back out quickly to collect his own kids from kindergarten. Rose arrived at her daughter's house and immediately noticed Rachel's car parked in the yard, indicating her presence. However, the house was unusually quiet and dark, and no one answered Rose's calls. Rose noticed firstly the chaotic state of the home, resembling an attempted burglary scene, where cabinets and drawers had been opened up with contents scattered about, though no sign of Rachel. Rose was shocked at what she found when she entered Rachel's bedroom. The sight of Rachel lying amidst a pool of her own blood was enough to send shockwaves through her. Blood covered walls, furniture, and ceiling, as her skull could be seen through bloody locks tangled with blood. Rose quickly ran toward Rachel, hoping she was still alive, but when she touched Rachel's arm, it was cold and stiff. Rachel was already dead beyond any help being offered to her. Rose was so overcome with grief that she started screaming out for help and calling out to neighbors, including a doctor, that they all ran over to assist. Unfortunately, when they arrived, they discovered Rachel could no longer be saved. The doctor examined Rachel's body first, before telling Rose they couldn't save her. As Joe arrived at his wife's home, a crowd had already amassed. On hearing of her death, Joe immediately became distraught, refusing to believe what had occurred. Once in their bedroom near their body, Joe became inconsolable with emotions, ranging from tears and sobbing to vows to seek revenge against those responsible. Police officers arriving on the scene reported never witnessing such a brutal and senseless murder of an unarmed woman before. It was evident that Rachel was brutally beaten with an iron weapon with unimaginable force until nothing of her body remained, seemingly attacked from behind since there were no visible signs of resistance from Rachel herself. While initial indications pointed to a possible robbery, investigators soon became convinced there may have been personal motives or long-held animosity at play behind this attack on a petite young mother of 2 children. Who could possibly harm such an innocent woman so violently? Detectives promptly began interviewing family and neighbors of Rachel. All reported confidently that there were no known enemies or bad influences among her acquaintances. Indeed, all reported nothing out of the ordinary had occurred that day, such as strange cars or unfamiliar individuals near Rachel's residence. Joe claimed he spent most of the day working at a bus depot on the opposite side of town for work, which was corroborated by one of his coworkers. Although this seemed credible to the police, they could not shake their lingering suspicions that something wasn't adding up, although initially appearing like a robbery with stolen items not fitting typical motives. Notably, your 1,000 left sitting unguarded near jewelry box left mostly intact with only few missing pieces, in addition to Rachel's camera, silverware, and one of Joe's dumbbells reported missing as well. A bag containing stolen items such as the camera, silverware, and jewelry was later found 2 miles away in a bush. All these items matched those on Joe's list of missing ones. This undermined Joe's theory of robbery. leading him to classify this crime as premeditated murder instead. Suspicious widower. Though Joe tried his hardest to show grief and pain, his efforts came across as fake. As such, he immediately became the primary suspect. Since he could offer no proof yet of any crime having taken place involving himself or his former wife, detectives needed to check his alibi carefully, study the scene of the crime closely, and get an understanding of their relationship before concluding their investigation. Joe said he visited his gym daily before work, which was verified by surveillance cameras both inside and outside the facility. From there, he drove directly to his office before traveling onward to a bus station outside the city to inspect advertisements being placed on vehicles, something his colleague confirmed as well. Investigators visited Joe's workplace and took possession of his computer for examination. Here was where things became most interesting. There were strange correspondences on it, which Joe had partially deleted himself. Yet specialists managed to recover these messages, leading the police to become convinced they were heading down the correct path. Joe would often write to his friend and sister and express his dislike of his wife through insults and profanity in these correspondences. Joe noted how she no longer attracted him as a woman and caused him discomfort. Furthermore, the computer revealed another curious correspondence between Joe and one of his colleagues, Nikki Pell. Their conversations proved that their friendship went deeper than meets the eye. Hence, it was imperative for both to be investigated further. Who exactly was Nikki Pell? Nikki also worked at an advertising firm, and, despite their age difference of 10 years, she and Joe were having an affair. Although it could not be pinpointed exactly when this workplace romance began, Joe would frequently spend evenings and even nights at her place, using work as an excuse for his visitation. What made things suspicious for Joe is when he promised Nikki they would soon be together with his sons as well, including Rachel's sons he mentioned often enough in messages sent between them. Such messages prompted concern since, should their marriage dissolve, the boys would likely remain living with their mother. After initially denying any extramarital affairs on his part, Joe eventually admitted his infidelity when confronted with irrefutable evidence and stated that their relationship had ended over a week prior. At first, Joe O'Reilly's home remained cordoned off as a crime scene. No one was permitted inside. Joe spent this period staying with his sister, while his sons went with their grandparents for the funeral service and burial. At the funeral itself, however, Joe did not behave like any grieving widower would. In fact, when it came time to say his final farewells to Rachel quickly and coldly, before suggesting the coffin should be closed and buried immediately. As soon as they returned home, everything looked just like it did on the day of Rachel's murder, except her absence. Joe asked his in-laws for company, thinking he needed support, but soon started making disturbing claims about how Rachel may have been attacked, walking around his wife's murder room while detailing its contents with pinpoint precision, while speculating about how her attacker might have attacked. Joe went as far as suggesting the perpetrator might have gone into the bathroom to wash off blood off their hands before taking their weapon with them, before moving back out into her room, an account which included animated gestures from Joe. His parents initially dismissed his actions as attempts to cope with trauma and relieve stress. Rose later acknowledged she could not shake the notion that their son-in-law might have committed crimes in the past and could possibly be the one responsible for killing their daughter. Thirst for fame. After attending his brother's funeral, O'Reilly quickly initiated dialogue with the media, giving interviews regularly. He readily invited reporters into his home for tours of the crime scene and detailing its timeline. During each interview, Joe would address directly any criminal who may have committed an act by encouraging them to surrender voluntarily with police. 3 weeks after Rachel's tragic death, her loved ones agreed to participate in filming of a television program dedicated to the crime. Though Rachel's parents were devastated, Joe made himself seem like a star during filming. He actively interacted with makeup artists and seemed curious as to how he would appear on camera, while also eagerly indulging in treats and sipping coffee during breaks. Police who had been closely following Joe decided to follow his movements after the TV shoot had ended and discovered that after returning home, he immediately visited Nikki, whom he had been spending his nights with. Once it became evident that Joe was indeed responsible, their focus shifted toward collecting irrefutable evidence for court. Acquiring evidence was a long, complicated, and exasperating process, since no murder weapon could ever be located. Still, other evidence began piling up. Nikki and Joe's colleague, who had earlier corroborated his alibi, could face jail time for perjury charges. Therefore, they decided against risking their freedom by giving false testimony against each other. Nikki admitted that she and Joe had not broken up as originally indicated. Rather, they continued their relationship, despite what Rachel thought. When Rachel found out, this caused a heated argument between Rachel and her spouse shortly before tragedy struck. Joe's colleague expressed uncertainty regarding his whereabouts at the time of his wife's murder, but confirmed Joe's alibi when requested, not realizing at that time that Joe might be involved. Joe's computer contained alarming correspondences. These revealed an unsettling pattern. He insulted his wife while making plans with Nikki and their children for an uncertain future, suggesting an alliance. This evidence further implicated Joe. Additionally, police also carefully evaluated multiple interviews with Joe, as well as footage from TV programs, wherein he described details only the perpetrator would know of, such as crime scene descriptions, with precision that suggested their guilt in this case. Joe went to the gym as captured by surveillance cameras in the morning. After informing his colleagues about this plan, he then claimed he would be absent due to work in another part of the city and may not be reachable via phone. Instead of going directly to a bus station as claimed, however, Joe instead returned home where he used a dumbbell to attack his wife from behind as she took their children to kindergarten, with no chance for escape or resistance whatsoever from him. Following this brutal murderous assault, Joe admitted cleaning off both himself and weapon afterwards in another bathroom adjacent to their bedroom in order to eliminate bloodstains left from the incident and to wash away blood from both himself and weapon within minutes after. The perpetrator quickly changed clothes, scattered his belongings around the house to simulate a robbery, and left for work. On his journey, he dumped any stolen items or dirty clothing, as well as disposing of his dumbbell, so as to prevent further detection. Joe appeared overexcited and nervous during office meetings, which some colleagues noted. His alibi story seemed convincing enough on that fateful day, but his actions belied it. Joe's careless remarks during interviews and at the crime scene allowed investigators to piece together an accurate account of his killing. From planning his gym visit to disposing of evidence, everything pointed in Joe's direction as the perpetrator. Eventually, it became increasingly clear who it was that was behind this crime spree. Joe wasn't apprehended for Rachel's murder until 2 years after the crime had been committed. This allowed time for evidence collection, with cell phone signals placing Joe at Rachel's family home at the time of Rachel's killing, which were verified through phone billing records. At trial, it became evident that Joe requested his mother write an anonymous message to Child Protective Services alleging Rachel as being bad and abusive mother, hoping this would give him sole custody if their marriage ended in divorce. Unfortunately, social services officials found no proof to back up such allegations made in this anonymous message. Joe showed no remorse while appearing in court. Instead, he smiled widely and engaged with his defense attorneys with gusto, seemingly believing he would soon be released from incarceration. However, in July 2007, the court found him guilty and sentenced him to life imprisonment. Attempts by his legal representation to challenge this decision ultimately failed, despite complaints and appeals being submitted on his behalf. Notably, Joe O'Reilly kept up his relationship with Nikki even after being sent to prison. She visited him regularly, but for reasons unknown, the two eventually stopped communicating in 2022. Joe O'Reilly never admitted guilt while in prison and sought to become an ideal inmate with hopes of one day becoming eligible for parole eligibility. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Agnesi Clavina made headlines in fall 2014 when her story made waves of controversy. A young and attractive woman, having fun in a club with friends, seemed to suddenly vanish without trace, leaving everyone involved apparently without responsibility. Yet 9 years after Agnese Clavina disappeared into thin air, the case took an unexpected twist. But let's get down to its root causes first. Born July 8, 1984 in Riga, Latvia's capital city, Agnese Clavina grew up as one of 2 daughters of her parents. With Greta only being 2 years older than Agnese themselves, these two remained very close and close-knit from day one. Agnese's parents did their best to give both daughters an education they deserved and enable them to pursue their ambitions. Agnese was an outgoing, cheerful, and very active girl from early on in her life. She excelled academically at school, participated in sports activities, made many friends, and dreamt of making tourism or entertainment her profession, as she loved travel and knew how to organize perfect leisure time, plus had beautiful features. Men always paid her compliments. From an early age on, she attracted plenty of admirers who sought ways to attract her attention. Agnese began her post-secondary life in Latvia, before attending language courses and studying tourism management. At 20, Agnese decided to move from her native Latvia to London, where she believed there would be greater prospects and opportunities to develop all her potential and talents. Her family did not oppose this decision, but offered their full support in it. Soon after her move, Agnese met Michael Mills, an attractive young man 8 years older, who owned his own successful movie theater and entertainment complex business, and considered himself highly successful. Michael and Agnese quickly connected, quickly began dating, and made plans for a future together. Michael showed his affection by giving expensive gifts. Together they traveled and made plans for their future. It seemed they were truly in love and headed toward a prosperous life together. Those close to Agnese remember her glowing at his side while dreaming of becoming his lawful wife in due time. Clavina received an offer to work on a 3-month labor contract as administrator in one of Marbella's most renowned nightclubs, the Club Marbella. Naturally, this job would require her to temporarily move countries. She took this opportunity with great stride. Michael could not follow his lover to Spain due to his job obligations, but wasn't opposed to her signing the contract either. Agnese saw this opportunity as an incredible chance to expand her experience and move further along in her professional development in this direction. Marbella is one of the Mediterranean coast's most renowned and attractive resorts. Visitors come from around the world, typically wealthy people seeking relaxation and spending fun money here. Here you can often meet show business stars, as well as notable athletes and business people like Clavina, who was always highly social and enjoyed working there. Agnese visited her family in Latvia before departing England, informing them of her positive employment contract and an upcoming wedding with Michael. Parents, mother, and sister all expressed genuine happiness for Agnese and offered best wishes for a smooth transition into her new life in England. Agnese packed only what she needed for 1 season at the end of May 2014 and took off for sunny Spain to work. While her lover remained behind in London, they called each other daily and communicated via video link, telling each other everything that had been going on in their lives. Clavina actively maintained pages in various popular social networks where she posted daily photos, small videos, and stories. Her followers closely tracked all her activities. It was clear Agnese enjoyed an engaging lifestyle full of surprises every day. Agnese decided to stay in Spain for another 2 months when her employment contract came to an end. Velvet season in her resort meant an opportunity to earn good money during this time. After consulting her boyfriend and receiving his support, and promising to visit for several days as they hadn't seen each other for a long while, Agnese almost instantly secured employment as a hostess at a high-end restaurant and renewed her lease agreement. Michael visited Agnese as promised, and they enjoyed planning the upcoming wedding and choosing their honeymoon location. Less than 1 week later, however, Michael flew back to London, leaving Agnese behind in Spain for another month of work, before she would visit Latvia to meet Michael again before flying over. But tragically, these plans would never come true. On September 6th, Agnese went with her friends to one of the popular nightclubs in her region, Costa del Sol. A few hours before, she informed her fiancé of their plans and didn't object to Agnese having fun with them. Pictures were taken, which Agnese then uploaded onto her online profile. Recollections from those who witnessed Agnese that night suggest she wore an eye-catching short dress with a tiny white clutch handbag on that fateful evening. At sunrise, as Agnese was about to leave with her friends, she announced her intention of staying an additional hour and then taking a cab ride home. Being known for being responsible and not having had much alcohol herself, no cause was apparent for concern from Agnese's companions. When everyone said goodbye and left for home, Kavina began conversing with an unknown individual who had bought her a cocktail as they attempted to gain Agnese's favor. Once Kavina disappeared into a nightclub on that fateful night, no one remembered if she was alive or dead. No one remembered when or with whom she left or where she went afterwards. Agnese failed to show up for work the following day either, and her phone had been switched off when attempts to contact her failed. Colleagues and friends raised the alarm immediately, while police responded slowly to reports about missing people. Michael became alarmed upon realizing he hadn't heard from Agnese all day, something which never had happened before, and called Agnese's mother to report it. They attempted to contact Spanish police to report her disappearance, but were told their relatives needed to file such reports themselves, or it wouldn't be taken into consideration. Michael and Kavina's family boarded their flight for Marbella, where Michael filed his report himself on an outbound flight the following morning. At last, Agnes's family filed her missing person report only 5 days after Agnese vanished without trace. First on their agenda was Agnese's apartment. However, it appeared as though Kavina had left soon and would return soon. Documents, money, and jewelry had all been put away neatly. Prepared food had been placed in the refrigerator. Several outfits for Agnese to choose from when attending her last club night were on her bed. Her phone had been switched off since leaving with friends. No further posts had been left on social media, and no messages received in return. No indication as to her whereabouts existed either. At last, police began their investigation of Agnese's disappearance. Too late, though. Friends and family began posting flyers all around town with her picture and pleas for help in her search, while media coverage featured Agnese on TV news programs as well as local newspaper front pages. Police found their first leads and clues by studying footage from CCTV cameras inside and outside of the entertainment venue. But this proved problematic, since all files had already been erased at that time, requiring specialists to restore them. But their efforts paid off when one recording made by a camera at the exit to the parking lot showed Agnese leaving with someone that clearly wasn't her free will at 6 in the morning. Closer examination revealed Kavina alive. This footage would later become frightening. Agnese was being led by a large man, and it was clear she was following under coercion. Her waist was being held tight by his grip. Agnese appeared frightened, struggled to break free several times, and expressed herself emotionally. Yet her companion persisted with leading her towards the parking lot, where he forcibly led her into his Mercedes A63 with tinted windows and forced her inside it. At the moment when he pushed her into the cabin, it became evident that another individual was already inside while he headed towards the driver's seat. Agnese managed to open her car door, then attempted to escape. But at that moment, the doorman who was standing close by came up, gestured toward Agnese, and told the driver something. The doorman pushed Agnese back into her seat, after which Agnes's driver gave something as payment, likely an inducement to help. About 6 minutes after Agnese had boarded her car, her phone was switched off and never turned back on again. Furthermore, there were no CCTV cameras to track its further movement, thus rendering its further path unknown to everyone except those inside its cabin, who subsequently managed to make contact with Agnese again. Surprisingly, this case was handled with extreme secrecy from its inception. All participants signed non-disclosure documents, keeping information out of the press, while also withholding it from Agnes's loved ones, not even her parents and fiancé. For months on end, parents and fiancé were only informed that an investigation had started, but too early to draw any conclusions, with no trace of Agnese ever being given. During this period, it seemed unlikely she was still alive. Michael periodically gave interviews in which he sought assistance, but nothing ever came in response. No one ever responded to his pleas for help in finding Agnese. 6 months later, Agnese's relatives were shown footage from club cameras, as well as names of all 3 men who had last interacted with her. Wesley Capper was identified as one of them. Wesley is the son of an influential British millionaire named Wesley Capper, while longtime companion Craig Porter often served as his passenger during rides. Also present was Keon Usman from Doorman Security Services, who served as his dark-skinned doorman counterpart. Porter and Usman both claimed they were innocent during interrogations, asserting that Agnese had entered their car voluntarily. Capper reported seeing her at a club before approaching her to get acquainted. Agnese had already become quite inebriated, contradicting her friend's testimony, yet did not refuse the drink that Wesley offered her. Once Wesley suggested continuing the party at his luxurious country estate house, Agnese readily agreed. Agnese decided she no longer wanted to attend Wesley's party and requested being dropped off in the middle of the road instead, stating she would take a cab back home. The man claimed he dropped off his passenger at her desired destination, an unlit stretch of road with no CCTV cameras whatsoever. Craig Porter could neither confirm nor deny Wesley Capper's statements because, according to his confession, he himself was heavily intoxicated and did not understand when and why Agnese had come into their car. Furthermore, he stated that as soon as they left the parking lot, he fell asleep, and when he awoke, she was no longer there. Sean Usman, another doorman suspect, also claimed Agnese Clavina was drunk, but could not answer the question of her voluntary entry into the car. When the vehicle touched down, however, when Agnese opened her door to almost jump out, while driving she opened it again almost as fast and almost fell out before Sean Usman was asked whether this appeared suspicious. His answer, not at all, and may simply have been an attempt by Agnese to escape while walking while drunk. Additionally, she did not scream out for help at that moment either. On camera, Wesley Capper could be seen forcefully leading Agnese toward her car while holding onto her waist and wrist with both hands. Wesley provided no explanation as to why he did this, other than Agnese was dizzy, so Wesley needed to hold down so she wouldn't fall. Not long afterward, the investigation discovered a video made in Soto Grande in southern Spain at Puerto de la Duquesa port. Here, John Capper, father of one of the suspects, had docked his luxury yacht moored there. On September 10th, 4 days after Agnese disappeared, footage captured of Wesley, Craig, and 2 other men boarding the yacht was seen carrying an apparently heavy suitcase as well as a roll of carpet. But upon their return to Puerto de la Duquesa, a few days later without their luggage on board, was unexpectedly shown to have vanished altogether. After viewing the footage, Kerr stated that he and his friends had come to Ibiza for fun. According to him, their suitcase contained their belongings, while what investigators mistook as carpet was actually bedding. Where it all ended up was unknown to him. A search of Wesley's yacht and automobile yielded no results, as both had been cleaned thoroughly with detergent to erase all traces of DNA, despite finding long blonde hairs in Wesley's trunk, though they mysteriously dissipated during investigation. At trial, the prosecution revealed another intriguing detail. Soon after Agnese was in Capper's car, Capper called emergency services several times before dropping them without waiting for an answer, or as though afraid or doubting his actions. When confronted, Capper explained he had been drinking and made random calls at random times. A lawyer for Clavin family believed Agnese had long since died, and her body may even still be resting somewhere beneath the seabed, likely resting somewhere inside one of the suitcases brought aboard yacht by suspects. Further, case was deliberately prolonged, so criminals had plenty of time to hide evidence against themselves from prosecution and erase any proof. Capper, Porter, and Usman found themselves facing charges only 18 months after Agnese went missing. They were accused of holding her against her will and forcing her into their car. Due to a lack of evidence, there were no further charges brought against them, and so the millionaire and his friend were released on bail and quietly left courtroom. Naturally, Agnese's relatives were outraged. Nevertheless, the judge stood firm. All 3 men were brought back onto trial, 5 years after Agnese disappeared, claiming Kavina entered their vehicle of her own accord. The prosecutor asked that Usman be considered an accomplice in this crime for helping drive away victim. Had Usman been found responsible, his actions could have earned him 5 years behind bars. He made an impassioned defense, alleging that he had been wrongfully charged due to the color of his skin and lack of funds available for legal representation due to sending all his earnings back home to an impoverished African family in need. Capper and Porter's attorneys insisted that their clients had only persuaded Agnese to get into the car, not forcibly forcing her. They believed the young woman was dropped off on the road as she requested, yet during her wait for a cab, she could have been kidnapped and killed by third parties due to being drunk and having no way of protecting herself against being taken advantage of by them. The court verdict surprised and angered Agnese's relatives, as none of the defendants was punished at all for taking advantage of Agnese's drunken state to lure her into Capper's car, while Porter received 6 months for complicity. All these men received suspended sentences, as they never served any time behind bars, but rather paid her family 101,000 sterling as compensation. Kavina's family were dismayed at this decision and filed an appeal. While waiting for a court's verdict, both defendants in this case managed to violate the law once again. Capper was under the influence of alcohol and drugs when he caused the death of a woman and fled from the scene, while Porter and his friends, also under the influence, stole her car after beating its owner mercilessly. Capper was found guilty of this serious offense, but, thanks to the strong legal defense presented by his lawyers, was only sentenced to probation. He paid compensation to the family of the woman killed under his car while remaining free. Porter, on the other hand, went into jail, but it is unknown what sentence was handed out publicly. At nearly 7 years after Agnese had vanished, her main suspect, Wesley Capper, lived an irresponsible lifestyle of alcoholism and substance abuse that severely compromised his health. At the height of COVID pandemic, he found himself hospitalized. Just when he thought he had overcome it all, suddenly had a stroke and died on July 26, 2021 in his 44th year. At that point, Agnese's parents filed another appeal with the Supreme Court, though now without their suspect alive any longer, they could no longer prosecute him either. Unexpectedly, 9 years later, this unexpected development occurred. Though Agnese Klavina had never been found dead or alive, her body was presumed deceased, and later agreed with the lawyer's account of how criminals had concealed Agnese in a suitcase that was then loaded onto a yacht and dumped somewhere on the high seas, making its discovery near impossible. However, in 2023, 9 years after Agnese disappeared without trace, an unexpected turn occurred. In mid-June of that year, while cleaning one of Lida Golf Clubs located along Costa del Sol region's Lida Golf Club, found something odd near shore. Closer inspection revealed it as being a badly damaged suitcase. Therefore, he did not dare open it himself, but called police instead for assistance instead. Law enforcement officials were shocked to find human remains inside of a suitcase found floating on the water near Florida, with examination revealing they belonged to a young woman between 25-35 years of age, who died at about 25-30 years old at time of her death. Furthermore, examination indicated the suitcase spent over 10 years floating before it was brought ashore for transporting and examination by law enforcement personnel. Based on these facts alone, they suspected it may belong to Agnese Klavina, who went missing 9 years ago. To make their hypothesis more certain, examinations must compare DNA between Agnese's DNA with remains found alongside human remains found. Experts are working hard on this investigation, but details have yet to be made public. If suspicions are confirmed, this will provide grounds to reopen the case and bring all remaining suspects before a judge for trial. On November 6, 2014, Mexico City police officers discovered human remains. Part of a torso was discovered in a vacant lot near Mexico City's exit, and shortly after found in various parts of Mexico City, along with bags containing arms and legs. Shockingly, these limbs lacked fingers. Police immediately raised the alarm when it became evident that an extremely violent criminal was operating in the region. Patrol teams of officers quickly mobilized, searching every corner for signs of this individual, as their primary objective was to find his head and arms, so as to prevent future crimes from being perpetrated against innocent bystanders. At first, everyone believed this case to be the work of a brutal serial killer. Though fingers and the head had never been recovered from this site, due to professional efforts of forensic experts, it was determined that all remains belonged to one individual. Yet without fingers and teeth, it was impossible to ascertain who this individual was. Alejandra La Fuente was an attractive brunette living in Mexico City who boasted searing brunette hair, bright brown eyes with thick black lashes, an athletic body built for fitness through yoga and breathing exercises, and frequented beauty salons to receive massages or spa treatments. During warm months, she would lounge on the beach, and on cloudy days, she visited tanning salons. Generally, she thought very highly of herself and was considered an icon of female attractiveness. Alejandra did not lag behind in her career either. Her father is Alberto Dente, an esteemed psychiatrist, renowned for his treatment of such deviating mental conditions as schizophrenia and manic disorder, known both for scientific research as well as experiments conducted with patients. Alejandra found inspiration in him and set about following in his footsteps, enrolling at one of the best universities for psychiatry where she graduated with honors after years of perseverance, resourcefulness, and extraordinary intelligence combined with connections from her father helped her write and defend her thesis about manic syndrome. Alejandra eventually decided not to pursue psychiatry, but was instead attracted by psychotherapy work, becoming licensed and opening her practice in a new business center at the heart of the capital with help from her father's money. Alejandra soon had clients seeking her services with eating disorders, depression, relationship difficulties, and low self-esteem, seeking counseling sessions, helping family issues along the way while leaving much unfinished. Alejandra had 2 charming daughters from her first marriage, both having the eyes and sense of humor of Alejandra herself and of their father, respectively. But Alejandra wasn't disheartened. 2 children weren't enough reason for her to give up. She still dreamt of finding someone special who could also provide for their daughters as father figures. Once Alejandra had divorced her former partner, the ex-husband, who will remain anonymous, returned home as is often done after separation to spend time with their 3 young daughters and assist with household duties if needed. Unfortunately for him, this visit would turn out to be his final one. Alejandra asked him to enter through the backyard because the front door lock had jammed, reasoning that her youngest daughter was currently bathing, and requested him come into her bathroom, surprising himself by following this instruction without question or hesitation. So the man went in. Eruptions were heard throughout the house. No sounds could be heard. Cartoons or children laughing weren't playing either. A man entered the bathroom to discover tape on the floor and no daughter in her tub, an indication that something had gone amiss. At that instant, his ex-wife stood behind him with a hammer and struck with all her strength, striking first to his head, then to another part. The man fell, blood pouring out through an opening in his skull. Everything around him was stained red in seconds, as experts later revealed. There was little hope for recovery, as death occurred almost instantly after receiving such a heavy blunt object strike. Unwittingly, Alejandra became an eyewitness to this truly horrific scene when she returned early from a friend's house and witnessed both of her parents quarreling. Their children frequently witnessed Alejandra being mentally disturbed, taking out her feelings on others, friends, and even her own husband, who often showed scratched arms and neck. Housemates witnessed her frequent tantrums all throughout their home with inadequate behavior from Alejandra as well. Finally, however, things escalated out of control. Daughter ran outside calling out for help before neighbors rushed over and immediately called police squad, where psychologist was arrested, charged with murder charges by police, a neighbor who then called law enforcement officers to arrest and charge him with murder charges. At the station, Alejandra was placed into a cell where she would remain until her first hearing in court. Alejandra denied any guilt, Lawyers provided her with an argument of self-defense based on an ex-husband who was jealous of Alejandra and claimed she brought men into their home which could negatively impact young girls. On the day of the crime, he arrived unannounced at his former wife's house through the back door, hoping to catch his ex with another man. Instead, he attacked Alejandra, who was trying to put together her nightstand. This forced Alejandra to use self-defense, striking 2 blows against his back, which then returned into his head, causing 2 blows from self-defense against him as her defense. On June 14, 2012, Alejandra's sentence was handed down, taking into consideration all evidence presented by her defense and 2 minor children present. Due to coordinated work between lawyers and her father's funds, it was changed into a suspended one. Months later, another appeal was filed, citing assault in self-defense as an argument. Human rights activists requested jury trial as they felt sorry for Alejandra, who presented herself at trial as victim of domestic abuse. Ultimately, the court reviewed and granted an acquittal decision. After being released from prison, Alejandra continued to provide psychological counseling services as before. She created an image of herself as a victim of gender inequality who struggled to uphold her rights, like most women across North America, before finally winning them over and becoming more popular with potential clients. This created image further cemented Alejandra's popularity among potential customers. Maria Alejandra quickly met Alan Carrera, a large Mexican businessman and son of Adrian Carrera Francis. Alan was tall, handsome, and statuesque. His father had previously served as head of special services for the Central District and had seen great success during his career. Soon, Alan expanded his business and opened construction stores throughout the country. While some aspects were legitimate, other parts were closely associated with crime. Alan was dismissed from his position when one of his financial scams was discovered, as well as for having been part of a criminal organization involved in transporting psychotropic substances from Europe into America. Their base was located near a border town and protected by corrupt police officers. This group controlled some portion of psychoactive substance trafficking in South. Alan Carrera's father, Adrian, was found to be involved in his affairs, and police managed to obtain a statement from him. Adrian faced a 20-year prison term due to witness protection program restrictions. Instead, he was released early from custody thanks to witness protection on July 18, 2000, and immediately dedicated himself to raising his son, Alan, while running their legitimate business together. Alan quickly took after his father in terms of values and experiences, and eventually decided to become an entrepreneur himself, opening an independent chain of household appliance stores that he managed himself until graduation from college, when his dad passed on and ran it all from scratch with zero guidance from anyone. This business wasn't as large, but still brought good profits. Alan had been attracted to one classmate since childhood, whom he eventually married as his spouse. She was smart, beautiful, and came from a good family. Their marriage was short, but bright, with one beautiful daughter produced as a result. Unfortunately, due to Alan's work schedule and almost total absence at home, eventually caused it to end in divorce, and Alan found it incredibly hard. Parting ways with his love from high school, new relationships did not bring much fulfillment or comfort, leading him down a path toward loneliness and ultimately leading him down that path towards alcoholism. Alan attempted different means to deal with his depression and alcohol dependence, such as attending Alcoholics Anonymous meetings and therapy. Alan eventually sought advice from Alberto, a world-renowned psychiatrist renowned for helping Maria Alejandra get divorced. During that difficult process, Alan became Maria Alejandra's only source of emotional stability. Though Alan and Maria Alejandra eventually parted ways, Maria Alejandra still felt attached to him, despite their separation, and had refused any other man into her life as replacements. Eventually, Alan's ex-wife decided to consult Alberto on her own initiative, as she too decided to see a therapist for herself, as she attempted to cope with her emotions, as she sought therapeutic help herself. Alan was being treated by a psychiatrist, who explained he could not counsel both spouses due to ethical considerations and recommended Alejandra as his daughter's counselor instead. Alejandra quickly recognized that Alan's ex-husband could be an ideal match. He was described as being pleasant in life with plenty of wealth, and offered her client another consultation, believing she could solve their issue quickly in just one session while breaking their bond together. Alejandra set out from the start to seduce an entrepreneur during their steamy session with great success. Alan quickly noticed her attempts and offered the therapist coffee afterward so they could discuss family problems together. Though initially unwilling, Alan suggested going out on a date that evening. Though initially contrary to medical ethics, their romance quickly progressed. Within weeks of their first date, they agreed to live together, and 2 more months later, legalized their relationship. Alan had no inkling of any surprises in Alejandra's closet, or of why she had filed for divorce from her former spouse. In April 2014, Alan decided to visit his parents in Florida and spend the weekend together. During this visit, he got the chance to discuss both Alejandra and their wedding plans, which they hadn't heard about until that point. Alan's parents were very surprised as Alejandra hadn't ever come up before in his life before. It was extremely strange. 1 week after meeting his parents, Alejandra asked her husband not to call any of her friends or relatives, and no invitations were sent out due to budgetary considerations. However, her father actually attended the wedding ceremony. At first glance, life with this couple seemed perfect, but quickly disintegrated into disaster. Alejandra could no longer hide her overwrought nature, and their relationship began to rapidly change. Alan kept most of his personal details to himself, and very few knew what was transpiring between them. Yet it was obvious that their previous bond had been severely tested, no longer seeming quite so happy together. Since meeting Alejandra, Alan began distancing himself from his family. The final straw was when his wedding to Alejandra was held without them, and they didn't invite their parents. After which, Alan even stopped calling his friends anymore, and his remaining buddies began to notice that Alejandra seemed anxious, sometimes behaving inappropriately, and rapidly losing her temper. After experiencing several incidents like these, Alan became embarrassed and decided to reduce joint family meetings. Quarrels arose on a daily basis for seemingly inexplicable reasons. One evening, Alejandra decided to check her husband's phone and discovered correspondence from other women which contained explicit material. Obviously, this could not go ignored. According to Alejandra, this was the final straw. She claimed in court that her husband beat, insulted, and humiliated her in every possible way. His infidelity further confirmed this view. It became evident that this marriage could no longer be saved, and yet, for unknown reasons, Alejandra did not try traditional psychotherapy methods as an attempt at repair. With her thoughts about Alan's infidelity fresh in mind, the young woman decided to use an approach she knew well to deal with him. After making this decision, all her focus shifted toward devising the perfect murder plot, while Alan carried on living life without knowing what was in store for him. Alan still had little contact with his family, yet couldn't miss the annual birthday feast held to honor Alan's late grandfather's birth. Alan attended, but his parents made it clear that Alejandra wasn't welcome in their home, something which further disturbed Alejandra and further soured their relationship. No one could have predicted that Alan would ever leave them alive again. On October 31, 2014, Alan used his phone to send one last text message, informing his family he had reached home safely after attending his birthday party, and that his phone had not been used since that day to contact anyone. Since that day, there had been no further contact from Alan, and no text messages received or sent from him since October 31, 2014. Alan had not been seen at work in several days, an unusual occurrence given his strong commitment to his work and imminent plans for opening a new store, so his presence was vitally needed. Alejandra devised an ingenious plan to end Alan's life after returning from vacation. She added a powerful sleeping pill to his usual milk before bedtime, and then covered him up with a pillow, before slowly watching him lose consciousness while desperately trying to remove it and breathe again. Alejandra reveled in seeing his valiant attempts at breaking free, but quickly saw through them and got rid of him instantly. Once that was over, Alejandra faced her most daunting task yet: disposing of Alan's body. In such an unexpected event, without much preparation or foresight, she found herself having no choice but to use whatever means available. Alan being too heavy, she made do with what she had. Time was running short, so Alejandra ran to a neighbor's vegetable garden in search of an electric saw, before sawing his body into pieces with grim determination. Only an extreme sadist could do something like this. Packing all body parts away into garbage bags, she also cut off fingers and extracted teeth so investigators could identify who it belonged. Alejandra tried her best to remove the body without raising suspicion, but this plan proved unsuccessful as dawn approached, and Alejandra was unable to leave without being noticed by a nearby elderly resident who suffered insomnia and saw Alejandra leave early with the suitcase, behaving very strangely, and her husband refusing to assist in lifting its heavy weights. This alarmed her. At dawn's break, Alejandra returned home. To the surprise of vigilant neighbors, this surprised Alejandra even more, as it would later emerge that she had scattered bags containing her ex-husband's remains throughout different neighborhoods to conceal her tracks and continue with life as usual. Once day broke, however, she resumed normal living. On November 6, 2014, Mexican police officers made an awful discovery: an anatomically correct torso without teeth and fingers on its hand. Their entire force was on alert due to this horrific event, but less than 24 hours later, body parts began turning up in various parts of the city. Their distance apart could later be linked back to Alejandra's long absence from home. All the body parts were taken to an expert forensic lab, where experts quickly established that all of them belonged to one individual. To deflect suspicion away from herself, the perpetrator began writing messages to Alan's relatives in an effort to disprove suspicion. But she only made things worse, as she didn't even realize that Alan had recently disassociated himself from family ties and had no further contact with his relatives. Alejandra informed Alan's parents on his behalf that she and Alan would be traveling and out of contact for some time. However, Alberto, Alejandra's father, began making calls to Alan's father's home to ensure his son-in-law knew where his daughter-in-law was located. Since he hadn't heard from Alejandra in a while, and the patients were extremely worried that they wouldn't be attending counseling sessions as scheduled, he wanted assurance if this plan worked or not. Later, Alan's relatives received another phony call informing them that Alan's daughter had been found and needed to be forcibly admitted into a clinic as she was suffering from depression due to Alan's infidelity. This caused great alarm among his relatives. All attempts at finding him failed, so the businessman's family turned to police for assistance. Laboratory experts decided to compare Alan's characteristics with those found recently, and the similarities were undeniable. All his family and relatives identified him. It was especially difficult for Alan's grandfather, as soon after being told, he became sick with heart disease from grieving over losing one grandson out of 3 grandchildren he cared about so deeply. Following this confirmation from investigators, search warrants were issued for both his home and office address. After digging, fingers and teeth of a deceased individual were discovered, sending shockwaves through the capital city. Alejandra was quickly arrested. Blood was also detected in one room, as well as on her trunk car and in her garage. Alejandra initially attempted to deny her guilt, hoping to get away with it without being caught as she had with her previous husband. But the investigation quickly narrowed it down. An elderly witness provided testimony correlating her time of death with that estimated by Alejandra herself. Alejandra used her position with Alan to procure powerful sleeping pills only doctors could obtain, which further implicated her in Alan's death. Evidence obtained was critical in connecting Alejandra with the brutal murder of her husband, as CCTV cameras provided proof that the man entered their house but never left again. Suitcases had also been removed, as confirmed by footage. On December 10, 2014, the jury reached its verdict. Alejandra was sentenced to life imprisonment for murder with brutality, an attempt at concealing it with official position abuse, and using her official position for personal gain. Her father tried his hardest through connections and bribes to help keep his daughter free. Unfortunately, he failed. Although keeping the trial closed from public view helped, his career suffered greatly. Few would turn to someone who raised such an uncontrollable monster, nor quickly identified issues within their family, such as Alejandra's. At trial, Alejandra's first husband's death also came up, although due to its length of time, there was no evidence in this instance. There were speculations as to Alejandra's father being involved. There were suspicions he may have conspired with his daughter in crimes committed for scientific interest. But none was ever found as proof against this hypothesis. After numerous appeals from victims, the sentence was commuted to death, an unprecedented event since such sentences are extremely rare in Mexico these days. Furthermore, neither defendant was eligible for review of his case, meaning his house and all property should go to family of the victim. Though this provided little comfort, since their loved one could never return from death. Alejandra was an apparent pragmatic and cruel woman with severe mental health issues. Medical examinations denied this claim. She was heavily influenced by her father and used her official position to carry out her evil plans. Following her first crime, impunity only emboldened Alejandra further. Perhaps Alan would still be alive today had she not managed to escape justice so easily the first time around. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Becoming engaged can be thrilling, yet Tina Thomas felt even more anxious than Gabe Watson when discussing the idea with their parents. Both were 26 at the time, and this would be Tina's third serious relationship and second attempt at wedding plans. Tina McCulloch's first attempt at family formation failed. Their relationship was fine. Only her mother objected. Scott wasn't someone Tina was fond of either. There weren't any specific claims against him, but rather just general dissatisfaction with life, as it existed at that moment for Tina. As such, the couple soon parted ways as their illusionary future faded. Tina had tried dating Stan Marks again, without parental involvement, and they couldn't overcome their first 3-year crisis, parting amicably by mutual agreement. Finally, on Christmas Eve, at a party of friends, she met Gabe Watson. Although we cannot say love at first sight occurred instantly, instead it developed more as mutual support after both recently experienced breakups. While not the ideal starting point, 2 years later, Gabe proposed marriage. Tina accepted but needed parental permission first. Gabe decided, like any good prince would do, to try to charm Tina's parents on Valentine's Day. But due to him being away on that date, the dinner was postponed until February 15th instead. At dinner, when Watson announced his decision to marry Tina forever, Gabe stammered like a schoolboy but did not answer. His father of the bride asked another question which seemed simple at first. Does he love Tina? However, Gabe never answered directly or even made eye contact with his own groomsmen, before leaving without speaking further with Gabe about the issue. His father took this reaction as an awkwardness common among strangers, and asked his daughter the same question. To his amazement, Tina also did not directly answer this query, but began speaking by declaring she feared being alone at 26. Taking time to consider, his father blessed them both. Preparing for a wedding takes considerable time and effort, yet while Tina was focused on her outfit, guests, and overall wedding arrangements, Gabe was solely focused on planning their honeymoon. His plan included traveling to Australia's Great Barrier Reef in the Pacific Ocean near Australia for diving sessions to view sunken ship the Townsville Titanic, which had sunk in 1911, something Gabe enjoyed doing, but Tina didn't enjoy doing. Gabe would sometimes take Tina scuba diving in calm water pools with lifeguard supervision, but no further. Gabe himself was an experienced scuba diver. He had completed over 50 dives before enrolling in his rescue diving course. Not necessarily all underwater, mind you. If you don't learn to dive by our honeymoon, let me be clear. You will stay home, walking the dog or pruning rosies in the garden, not going anywhere with me, warned Gabe. Tina had no other choice. Gabe took out a loan in order to purchase Tina her equipment and pay for her classes with her first instructor, who had been disappointed in Tina's abilities, even warning Gabe that his fiancée did not possess sufficient abilities for open ocean swimming. Gabe became increasingly annoyed with the diving instructor, accusing him of failing to explain and refusing to continue class. Tina received credit quickly from a second instructor, but this only served to emphasize how everything she does from under the stick is solely meant to please Gabe as her future husband. On October 11th, Tina and Gabe finally tied the knot, spending $10,000 from their wedding gift of travel to Australia within 2 days after. Gabe dedicated part of his trip specifically for Tina. Together, they visited Sydney Aquarium and Zoo before traveling onward to Townsville, where on October 21st morning they boarded a boat to one of Earth's most breathtaking places, every diver's dream. Employees at the diving company quickly reveal that upon closer examination, neither Gabe nor his partner seemed like experienced divers. Even after graduating from diving courses and having years of experience under his belt, Gabe could barely comprehend any aspect of equipment, as though it were all new to him. But, nonetheless, Tina relied on him for help passing the exam prior to diving, despite its being conducted independently. When offered his help underwater, Tina declined. Diving logs also recorded that there was a strong current on that particular day. Its significance should not be missed or minimized. Gabe helped his wife sort through equipment they'd purchased back home, before heading out to rent tanks for diving trips they were making together. Gabe took an 11L tank for himself and gifted Tina an 8 and 1/2L1, which for this location would have been too small or even dangerous given her inexperience. Without these tanks, it would not have been possible for Tina to descend to the Townsville Titanic from its first try. Tina requested additional cargo since she could not dive to depth, while Gabe initially was having issues using an underwater computer that calculates and displays dive ascent speeds, as well as oxygen content of tanks. Once back at their boat, however, Gabe's computer worked, and they tried again at 49F Deep Wreck, where Tina submerged first while Gabe followed behind her, swimming behind them both. Gabe said everything started off fine. At some point, Tina stopped, began waving at me, and signaled she wanted to head upwards. I quickly recognized this was just her panicking, something she used to do often. At this point, we had already reached half our ascent. Therefore, I decided to attempt to calm her and remain at the same depth for a time so she could adjust psychologically to pressure changes. She continued breathing deeply, which was dangerous. It was at that moment I noticed she was sinking. I attempted to grab Tina's belt to hold her down, but she swung her arm so hard it knocked my mask off my face, and I struggled to put it back on, quickly realizing Tina was already too far away for me to catch her again. For a while, I attempted swimming after her, but without success. After Gab told me of Gab's statement about my death at depth, I decided to return to the surface in search of help from lifeguards. On my way, I met another swimmer with narrow-set eyes who did not pay any heed to my signal for assistance. 2 Asian men had also been present, but neither confirmed Gab's statements that his body was lying there at depth. Later, when police took underwater computer readings, they confirmed Gabe attempted to swim after his drowning wife briefly, before quickly giving up and ascending as instructed, stopping at each depth level along the way. When interviewed by police, each diver claimed that Gabe could have saved his wife had he done more to try. Gabe had enough oxygen in his tanks to reach the bottom and return back up again before this tragic event occurred. Rescuers aboard the ship quickly responded upon realizing what had occurred and quickly went in search of Tina. Unfortunately, they found her very quickly, but unfortunately too late. Tina lay with eyes open under her mask at an estimated depth of 82 ft. Tina was immediately lifted off the deck and given artificial respiration on board the yacht for approximately 40 minutes. Unfortunately, it proved futile, and she ultimately passed away. Gabe stood nearby during this ordeal, but did not approach his wife. According to witnesses, he simply sniffed naively from time to time. Employees from Gabe's company reported that, while on his way to shore, he smiled and even played cards with other passengers en route. Gabe denied this in court, and Tina's post-mortem examination indicated otherwise. Yes, Tina's body showed no obvious signs of violent death. However, there were bruises on her neck, as well as blood in her nostrils, which is common at an 82 ft depth, like where Tina was discovered. Tina had no traces of alcohol, in her bloodstream, but high levels of medications like ibuprofen and paracetamol use it for seasickness treatment, including small amounts, in her lungs that suggested fluid retention. According to reports, Tina is believed to have drowned due to oxygen deprivation before actually drowning. Tina's gear was examined by Australian Water Police, but no malfunctions were noted. At first, this could have been taken as an accident. An inexperienced diver ignored safety regulations and paid with their life, but suspicious elements persisted, such as rather vague autopsy results and Watson's unusual behavior according to diving team observations. These factors prevented investigators from quickly solving this case, therefore prolonging the investigation considerably. Gabe realized the detectives were investigating him. In addition, Tina's parents did not accept what had occurred as an unfortunate coincidence and wanted their son-in-law dragged before the courts, either as her murderer or at least for having neglected to assist in her escape. At Gabe's first interrogation, police noted he was shocked, crying and laughing frequently while being interrogated, asking to call his father, who complained of severe hearing pain, and beseeching him to inform Gabe's wife's parents of the tragedy. Late that evening, he was released. He went back to the yacht belonging to the company that sent them out and asked for one night's lodging, explaining that their trip had originally been scheduled to last 2 days, but due to his wife's death, had only lasted 24 hours. Additionally, he asked for half of their dive costs back since he never actually saw any sunken ships during their dive trip. On October 24th, Gabe's mother flew to Townsville to assist him and find legal advice. At his request, they visited the morgue on that same day in order to see his wife one last time before her demise. Because her husband was still being investigated as a suspect, the morgue employee called in the detective assigned to the case. Gabe could have attempted to hide some evidence, but instead only wept and begged his wife's forgiveness while crying incessantly, unaware that police officer Lawrence was standing outside, recording him on tape recorder. At court hearings later on, Detective Lawrence will quote Gabe saying, "I didn't mean to hurt you. At the morgue, you told Tina you didn't mean it either. What exactly does that mean?" Lawrence will pose his question of Gabe about that statement at length. Gabe repeated the story of his sore ear during his travel home with Tina's body. While in Oakland for their layover, he sought medical assistance on airport grounds and was held there to be evaluated. According to investigation, this action may have been undertaken intentionally in order to avoid meeting Tina's father. Divers can vouch that this condition is fairly common among divers. At Tina's funeral on November 5th, Gabe took off his wedding ring from Tina and placed it over his own finger, in full view of everyone, immediately giving over earrings that would later come from Tina Thomas' family, before never seeing each other again that day. Watson never met again this day either. Gabe will later be asked in court, "Did you really remove your wife's jewelry during her funeral?" To which he would only smile and shrug in response, "I don't think I could have done it." At this point in time, everyone had different opinions of Gabe. Some thought he was kind, while others called him an abusive and manipulative partner. All had one thing in common, though. The relationship between Gabe and Tina didn't appear happy, with Tina confiding to her father during family dinner on February 15th that her marriage to Gabe was solely meant as an avoidance tactic so she wouldn't die alone on February 16th. One victim who died shortly before their honeymoon revealed to a friend that her husband forced her to buy life insurance with a higher interest rate in case of his death and put his name as beneficiary in the policy's beneficiary column. Insurance agent was also present and confirmed Tina's testimony. Additionally, Tina cried throughout their journey on board, despite not getting any response from her husband, who ignored her anguish. Amanda Phillips provided another telling account, which shed light on Tina and Mike's true nature as a couple. According to Amanda Phillips, Mike videotaped Tina urinating in the bathroom before editing and including it on their Christmas celebration videotape. That would have been fine, but he decided to perform at an open viewing with multiple guests present. He laughed like a horse, while we all tried explaining to him it was inappropriate behavior, while I clutched crosses onto my fingers so Tina wouldn't think she wanted to marry him. While removing jewelry right during a funeral, may seem like a frightening and denunciatory act on Gabe's part. During the trial in 2008, the jury was shown an extremely disturbing footage of Watson visiting Tina's grave, taking all the flowers from it and carrying them away. They were later found in a nearby trash can. Tina's father noticed the missing flowers and, to find out the thief, he set up a hidden camera in the next row among the monuments. But he never expected to see Gabe on the tape and was outraged by such an act. In court, Gabe's defense was that he and his wife had discussed the death of one of their own on an extreme honeymoon, and the lack of flowers on the grave was her request, which sounded very strange and unlikely. There's no telling how long the search for evidence would have dragged on if the cops had put on the exact same gear the newlyweds had and hadn't tried to stage that incident. Gabe said Tina drowned while he was trying to put a mask on her face. It turned out it was impossible to put the mask on underwater by yourself unless you used another source of air, in this case Tina's oxygen. In late November 2008, the Australian police arrested Gabe, and on June 5, 2009, Gabe's trial began, where he pleaded guilty, but only to failing to save his wife. So, he was charged with negligent homicide and sent to prison for 18 months. After completing his sentence, Gabe returned home to the U.S. But a year later, the now U.S. court charged him with first-degree murder, the motive for which was to receive insurance payments after the death of his wife. Gabe's lawyer tried to defend his client, shifting all the blame on the diving company, claiming that the employees of this company did not take care of the safety of tourists, and now, afraid of losing their license and therefore the whole business, are trying to shift the blame onto the unhappy husband who has already served his time in another country. As for the money received from the insurance company, the payout amounted to $33,000, while Gabe spent much more money on lawyers and additional expertise. Nevertheless, the prosecution continued to insist that this spending was only because the husband could not assume that he would not be believed. The prosecutor also refused to accept the fact that Gabe, with a degree in drowning rescue in hand, could not even save his wife. When Gabe had his say, he addressed the jury. "It's been 7 years since the tragedy, and there hasn't been a day that I haven't thought about that terrible day. The public has pounced on me, blaming me for my wife's death, calling me a murderer. There wasn't a single person who looked me in the eye and said, 'Yes, I understand how bad you feel, but it's not your fault.' On the contrary, everyone just wants me dead, and here I can only understand my late wife's parents. Yes, they will never forgive me, no matter how much I kneel before them, and no matter how much I beg their forgiveness. You often hear the phrase, 'I can't imagine what it's like to lose a child,' but I've never heard anyone say, 'I can't imagine what it's like to lose a wife, especially on a honeymoon.' If I can be accused of anything, it's that I didn't make enough effort to save Tina, but I've already received my punishment for that. Perhaps you all would have been satisfied if I had drowned with my wife then 7 years ago, but I was afraid to die, afraid I wouldn't be able to rise from the bottom to the top. I just wanted to live, as I still want to live now." No evidence of Gabe's guilt was presented to the court. The jury found Gabe not guilty. What do you guys think? Is Gabe guilty of Tina's death? Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In 2012, Marcos Matsunaga's family became one of the focal points of attention in Brazil. Marcos disappeared hours before signing a billion-dollar deal that sent shockwaves through the nation. Photos showing his distraught widow made headlines across multiple national publications. Police initially assumed the culprit was one of his competitors, who wanted to use kidnap and murder in order to stop an impending deal. However, the truth turned out much darker and crueler. A cold-blooded murder and subsequent attempts at covering it up provided material for several documentaries about this terrible event. Marcos Matsunaga was one of Brazil's wealthiest individuals and managed a family business known as Yoki, founded by his grandfather Yoshizo Kitano and taking its name from its initial letters taken from both of his names, surname first. Yoki began as a small flour milling operation that endured turbulent economic and war conditions and ultimately transformed into an international enterprise known for producing various food products with global recognition and an impressive product lineup. It all began mid-century. Marcos was fortunate enough to be born into a wealthy family and was never denied anything from an early age. Instead of starting over with business development on his own, everything his grandfather and father had created had already been handed down. Being CEO of their food company gave Marcos every chance at becoming their first billionaire, something which he strived for nearly his entire conscious life. But Marcos's ambitious plans were doomed to fail. Everyone who knew him praised his business acumen. Not only had he saved family capital, but had multiplied it several times, increasing profits as a result. Yet Marcos wasn't always easy on himself or others around him. Capricious and arrogant with an overbearing personality who desired control over everyone who came near him, this businessman was far from handsome in appearance. At an early age, this boy struggled with childhood overweight, vision problems for which he wore glasses, short stature, and somewhat clumsy traits. All this presented many difficulties when communicating with peers. Consequently, he had almost no friends, as female representatives from female sex shunned him for his unusual and peculiar appearance. Marcos struggled for years to build lasting and serious relationships, which went beyond a handful of dates. Even his multi-million-dollar inheritance could not make him seem appealing or desirable as an eligible bachelor. Marcos often turned women off due to his arrogance and egotism, prompting them to hire professional escorts, as Marcos rarely mentioned his first wife in public sources. Unfortunately, few details exist on her existence or who exactly was her husband's first choice as his muse. As far as is known, his marriage wasn't founded in love or passion, but rather desperation and due to pressure from relatives. Still, this union lasted several years, though both spouses began regretting their decision shortly thereafter. Initial attempts by Marcos's wife to accommodate his complex personality failed miserably, with little progress. Over time, they only increasingly distanced from one another. Furthermore, he frequently and openly cheated on her without trying to hide or justify his behavior, finding mistresses mostly through websites offering intimacy services in exchange for money. Alice was one of those girls. She worked as an escort, and her portfolio could be found online. It was there that a businessman noticed an attractive, bright blonde with an alluring figure. He began regularly inviting her on dates, generously paying for them. Alice was 6 years younger than him and came from an extremely poor and dysfunctional family, growing up among alcoholics who shared their addiction with men she didn't know as father, not knowing who their own father was either. Also, at such an early age, Alice was subjected to beatings by roommates of her mother, as well as being bullied by these roommates of mothers. Alice had just barely finished school when she uprooted herself from home and moved permanently away from the neighborhood she'd grown up in. Taking nursing courses and eventually working at a hospice, Alice quickly realized her dreams were far exceeded by caring for dying patients. Furthermore, becoming attached to each patient she cared for made each death seem personal to her. Over time, Alice decided to obtain higher education and change careers entirely, eventually choosing law as an occupation, which promised many opportunities in life. Alice had spent months preparing to enroll at university and managed to score the required number of points on her entrance exams, yet couldn't afford her studies from her modest nurse salary alone. Since she'd abandoned all ties with relatives after moving away, young and attractive, Alice decided to use external data, such as her external profile data, in order to generate income by signing up with an escort site, which assisted in creating her personal page. And soon wealthy men began showing an interest in the young blonde beauty. Alice found escorting and intimate services a source of income that enabled her to pay for her studies and fully support herself, but planned on moving on to something more suitable once she earned her diploma and secured employment in her specialty field. At that time, Alice met Marcos, one of her regular customers who generously gave gifts while meeting regularly without hiding from anyone. Although Alice knew Marcos was married, at that point in time she couldn't have dreamt He'd leave his wife for her. Alice Matsunaga was like the heroine of a fairy tale, an impoverished girl from an unstable home, working as an escort service provider, meets Marcos, an eccentric multimillionaire who falls madly in love with her almost instantly. Marcos may or may not have made efforts on Alice's part to seduce Marcos. Either way, after 6 months, he realized he wanted more than just dating, and filed for divorce while proclaiming Alice his fiancée instead of continuing their relationship. Due to his desire for privacy, Marcos didn't want anyone else knowing the details about how and when he met Alice. Therefore, the couple made up an ordinary story of an accidental meeting in a cafe and stuck to this version. Even close family and few friends didn't suspect anything. However, Alice in the Matsunaga family received less than warm reception. His parents suspected she used all her charm in order to seduce Marcos. Now that their child had married a rich but ugly person and fallen in love, Alice had used all her abilities against him, and would come out later with his parents believing she used all her charm on him. Alice received not very warm reception, as his parents had already fallen under his spell and now betrayed him by falling for him, and now was involved with him despite everything she put out to do. With his parents wondering who had duped him into falling for rich but ugly Marcos, who was now living under his spell to seduce Marcos. After all, she would likely become his wife after she had met her. But Alice got an unwelcoming reception in Matsunaga family, where parents believed she had used all her charm to fall for rich but ugly Marcos, while now had done nothing but run away with him and now taken back her place. Marcos went out of his way to pretend she didn't notice his harsh character. Nevertheless, when he announced his plans to divorce his first wife and marry Alice instead, no one voiced any objections strongly enough for this proposal. Businessman Marcos Matsunaga had planned an extravagant traditional wedding, complete with white dress, large guest list, and tiered cake as per tradition. Following their marriage, he moved his wife into his lavish mansion, where she became his full-fledged mistress. Long known for collecting expensive wines and rare weapons, he amassed an extensive wine cellar, where bottles were carefully organized by year and country, while for weapons there was an entire room displaying firearms and edged weapons. Much to Marco's pride, he kept adding new additions over time, which were replenished. Marcos took great pleasure in replenishing his collections by continuing to add new additions from time to time. His house was overflowing with antiques, luxury goods, and modern art that tastelessly decorated every surface in his house. After their wedding, they decided that they wanted an heir. But despite their best efforts, Alice struggled for months without becoming pregnant naturally. After exhausting all other means, the couple turned to in vitro fertilization, but even here success did not arrive immediately. As soon as their daughter was born, happiness seemingly flourished beyond all expectation for this couple. Young parents were enthusiastic to educate and raise their daughter with love, care, and luxury, truly creating an ideal childhood for her. Plans were made for future adventures when she began walking. Soon thereafter, they began traveling the globe together to experience different cultures and traditions firsthand. Their little princess truly became part of their hearts, as she enjoyed every bit of lavish upbringing possible. But the couple shared one particular hobby: hunting large animals. Though strictly speaking this was Marcos's passion, many women disliked or were put off by it, and many did not embrace his pastime. Eventually, Marcos stopped trying and gave up. Alice took up hunting to gain favor with Marcos and ultimately win his heart, initially by learning how to handle various firearms at shooting ranges, and then in the woods, hunting wild animals together. Alice had no qualms about taking animal lives, as she treated it as a kind of competition. Either you do it, or you don't. Marcos enjoyed this approach, and would watch Alice handle weapons and hunt her prey with relish. Together they taught Alice to skin and carve wild boars, deer, and other forest creatures together, using large knives, special cleavers, and axes. Skinned them separately using large knives, while using special cleavers, axes, and large knives to separate body parts, using large knives as well as special cleavers, axes. Also, rather than cats or dogs for pets, they owned poisonous snakes, which had special terrariums created specifically to replicate conditions as close as possible to natural conditions, fulfilling another long-standing dream of Marcos, who adored snakes, but his first wife disapproved of having one as pets, despite wanting one. But then, Alice had done wonders to keep Marcos at ease by sharing in his unusual hobbies. In 2012, Matsunaga was prepping to make what would likely become his signature deal and make him a billionaire, selling off family company and using proceeds of sale to invest into another profitable enterprise. At this time, he rarely appeared, being consumed by work and grandiose plans, moving with wife into an opulent apartment complex close to main office of company where his work resided. Marcos seemed to be away almost all of the time, while his young wife remained lonely in a luxurious apartment with panoramic city views. Marcos's work schedule was packed full of meetings, business appointments, and consultations with specialists. So much so that often he did not even spend the night at home, promising his wife that as soon as the deal was signed and sealed, their lives would change and transform completely. On May 19, 2012, on the eve of a multi-billion-dollar deal, Marcos vanished without trace. Alice only reported it the next day, due to believing he was at work. According to Alice's account of Marcos's schedule for that evening meeting, that could last into the night and early morning, meeting with business partner. So he took some items, warned he might spend the night in office before going directly for deal. When Marcos didn't return home nor answered his phone anymore, she became concerned and reported him missing immediately. Police were quick to notice when Matsunaga failed to appear for meetings that he simply could not miss, such as evening events and morning appointments. He absolutely could not miss. Initial speculation suggested he may have been kidnapped. Ransom demands likely would soon follow within 24 or 48 hours, and hopes of Matsunaga still living were dissipating like smoke before our very eyes. Investigators were swift to act. They interviewed relatives, friends, and business partners of the businessman in question in order to discover any enemies who might wish for his death or disrupt an imminent deal. But it proved futile despite our best efforts. No single individual or group were capable of orchestrating a strategy to target or kill this businessman who ran his enterprise with diligence. Each strategic decision from him benefited almost everyone involved in his endeavors. After collecting her daughter, Alice returned home to inform Marcos's father-in-law and mother-in-law what she had not dared tell the police, that her husband Marcos was cheating with Natasha Villalima for years, without hiding it from Alice or hiding their affair from anyone. Although after several major arguments and threats of divorce, Marcos promised that he would drop Natasha for family reasons, but instead continued meeting up with Natasha more subtly, so as not to create yet another family scandal. Alice suspected Marcos's infidelity and decided to hire a private detective in order to gather evidence. Alice had photographs and videos showing Marcos on romantic dates with Natasha. It was notable that Marcos took Natasha with him to restaurants and entertainment venues frequented by both himself and Alice. It seemed Marcos wanted others to witness his disdain for Alice by openly cheating without hiding it from anyone. Later, Natasha Lima, a businessman, discovered escort services through the same website where he met Alice. They spent about 5 months together, during which he gave her an expensive car and paid an exorbitant sum to have Natasha take down her profile from that site. Photos and videos showing Marcos's infidelity were presented to his parents by his daughter-in-law before disappearing without explanation or apology. Instead of making excuses or asking forgiveness from anyone involved, Marcos simply packed his things, told his wife he was leaving, and left their apartment without explanation or apology or explanation, without asking forgiveness or making excuses or asking forgiveness. Instead, he simply packed his things and told his wife he was leaving before leaving without explanation or making excuses, nor asking forgiveness from anyone involved, dissolving without trace. Alice told how, consumed with passion, Matsunaga decided to run away with another woman. However, everyone who knew him insisted he could never simply abandon the business, because his family had built it over decades. 1 week later, answers to many questions were finally provided, when a passerby discovered scattered garbage bags near a deserted area half 100 kilometers from where the businessman resided, containing human remains in each bag. This man immediately reported his discovery to police, and soon it became evident that Marcos Matsunaga, whom police had been looking for across the nation, had been killed. Experts determined that the businessman was killed with a gunshot to the head, then dismembered, packed in garbage bags, and taken outside the city for disposal. Pathologists noted that, according to them, the murderer was either a surgeon or experienced butcher with skill at using a carving knife. Their conclusion was inevitable, as cuts had been precisely placed to separate body parts from each other and keep them apart. As no leads were immediately apparent in the investigation, it was decided to begin in the location where the deceased had last been seen alive. Marcos lived in an elite residential complex equipped with numerous video surveillance cameras, the records from which were then closely examined. On the evening prior to Marcos' disappearance, his wife and daughter ordered food delivery service directly into their home. Marcos could be seen going down to the first floor and returning up with pizza boxes in his hands, entering his apartment without leaving until morning time, when his wife left with 3 large wheeled suitcases that she struggled to move. According to camera recordings from an elevator's camera recording device, Marcos never left his own home again, until leaving with them in hand, and never returning later that evening or day either. Matsunaga seemed content in his home until morning came along, when his wife left with 3 heavy-wheeled suitcases, which she struggled to move along a hallway corridor. The footage showed her struggle as she moved them along a hallway corridor before exiting. Investigators had a good sense of what type of luggage had been found. On the same day, the businessman's widow was taken into custody and brought to testify at a police station. Initially, she denied everything and maintained her initial story that her husband had left her for another woman. However, when Alice saw the elevator footage, she quickly broke into tears and started talking. According to Alice, their family life had long since fallen apart, with her husband routinely humiliating and belittling her, often criticizing her work as an escort by criticizing his efforts in pulling her up out of poverty and giving her false hope about recovery from mental illness. Marcos stated that Alice was an inadequate mother for their daughter. He attempted to control every move his wife made and would forbid her from making friends. When Alice brought up divorce as a possibility, Marcos laughed it off by responding that he would leave her with nothing, take their daughter, and prohibit any contact between him and Alice. Alice stated that on that fateful evening, she showed Marcos pictures obtained from a detective showing his mistress with Alice. Instead, he only responded by getting angry, slapping his wife, and becoming abusive towards Alice. According to Alice herself, this all happened so suddenly, she cannot recall how or where she got the gun with which she shot him. When Alice realized what had occurred later, she decided to dispose of his body so as to appear as though it had disappeared without trace. Knowing human anatomy, as well as having learned how to skinning and cutting up animal carcasses, which they had tools at home for. This task became part of an easy process that Alice took part in with ease compared to what had previously taken place only moments earlier. As Alice cut up and bagged Marcos's body in their living room, their young daughter slept soundly nearby. Alice's testimony soon raised many doubts and questions. Also, it soon became evident that pictures and videos proving Marcos's infidelity that his wife received from the detective were only obtained on May 20th after Alice had killed him. Alice took these images back to his parents, claiming he had abandoned her by running off with another woman. Natasha Lima testified as a witness against Marcos in court. According to Natasha, Marcos himself wanted a divorce, but feared Alice as she was mentally unstable and capable of doing terrible things. Natasha saw Marcos shortly before his disappearance, complaining about constant family arguments while saying he planned to relocate from Virginia after selling his company, moving with Alice being no part of his plan, as she would simply fade into memory like some nightmare dream. Experts made another shocking and horrifying discovery. Blood was still present in Marcos's lungs after Alice separated his head from his body, suggesting he was alive and trying to breathe when his wife separated them apart. Alice flatly denied this account of events, insisted instead that Marcos died instantly from being shot with a bullet from her gun. Furthermore, pathology found that Marcos didn't react at all when his head was struck by a bullet, contrary to Alice's claim of him attacking her before trying to defend herself with weapons from her gun, contrary to Alice's account that she tried defending herself with gunfire from behind, which came a bullet shot directly from behind and didn't defend against its effect either. Contrary also contradicted Alice's account that her husband attacked her before trying to defend herself by trying defensive measures against it all from Alice herself. Nearly all witnesses who testified at the trial denied that Matsunaga could have physically hurt Alice. While he may have had a difficult character and said hurtful words, in real life, he never raised his hand against anyone. Instead, this episode seemed as though Alice herself had made up since Marcos could not refute it. As a result, Alice Matsunaga was found guilty of premeditated murder with particular cruelty and concealing it from police. As punishment, 20 years in prison were handed out. Many considered this punishment excessive for such a serious crime. Alice is now responsible for raising their daughter as well. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. North Carolina, famous as home to Cherokee Indians, is currently an extremely conservative and prosperous state, located in the northern region of South Atlantic states. Crime rates here tend to be much lower than South Carolina. When North Carolina makes national news outlets, it usually because of snowstorms, tornadoes, severe thunderstorms along the coast, tropical storms flooding large areas, dense wildlife refuges at risk from wildfires or landslides that pose more danger than humans themselves, though that isn't always the case either. Tristan Borras, 17 years old at the time, unleashed the storm on April 10, 2019. An adolescent from a religious and large family committed a violent act at their Deep Gap residence on Wednesday evening, which resulted in their deaths. Emergency services received a call from a young woman reporting significant amounts of blood in her residence, as well as 3 family members she could no longer contact. Her parents and younger brother were missing. Law enforcement arrived quickly at Deep Gap, located approximately 1 mile from both Watauga and Wilkes County borders, to make an arrest or investigation possible. Once they arrived at the residence, patrol officers saw blood on the pathways leading up to it, on its doormat, and trailing up the staircase. Police officers discovered an injured male concealed by leaves outside his vicinity, who was suffering multiple stab wounds and was located beneath a hammock. At 10:30 p.m. that same evening, family's pickup truck was discovered hidden in a forest nearby, where female body had been hidden behind blanket, with mulch bags piled upon it. Jeffrey Borras, Tristan's father, was born April 16, 1975. He served as pastor of Conservative Pist Bible Fellowship Church, a Protestant religious group with Mennonite roots. Jeffrey raised Tristan in an environment which stressed individual devotion, as well as his sense of always being closely observed by God. Through careful examination of Bible passages at gatherings, as well as moral guidance, he received guidance throughout his upbringing. All forms of amusement, such as humor and colorful clothing, were disapproved of. Acts of kindness, philanthropy, missionary efforts, compassion towards adversaries, and rejection of aggression were seen as positive attributes. Jeffrey learned all these basics as Pastor Harry Borras's son, thus becoming an affectionate, mild-mannered youngster raised by him. Jeffrey found his first summer job at Big Surf Water Park, located on Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri. On his initial day of employment, he met Tanya Mae Trandom, who shared similar perspectives and upbringing as Jeffrey. Tanya, too, had been raised within a Christian household. An altruistic girl, she saw this devout young man as an ideal future spouse and nurturing parent. Tanya Brown gave Jeffrey a photograph depicting an older couple clasping hands, telling him it would be their future. Jeffrey's mother, Kathy Brown, began praying that God would provide his son with someone who shared a strong devotion to Christ. Eventually, the young couple married and carried forward similar traditions within their family unit, saving Tanya's picture in their family photo album as proof. Soon thereafter, they welcomed their first child, a charming girl named Taylor. 3 more babies soon followed, Tristan being their youngest. Taylor quickly proved herself an exceptional older sibling to her siblings, providing care, assistance, and friendship towards all, but most notably being best friends with Tristan as their youngest sibling. Tristan found Taylor his best and only companion despite an age difference, even though they both attended different churches. As they became older, Jeffrey and Tanya decided to fulfill their Christian responsibility by adopting 4 additional boys from an institution. Family was open, affectionate, and friendly, and eventually expanded to 8 children: Taylor, the twins Kay and Alexis, Miss Ariel, Stephen, Miku, Tristan. According to religious views in their family home, cell phones and social networks weren't permitted until a certain age, and children were encouraged to exercise self-discipline with regard to demands and desires. Boys were not permitted to begin romantic relationships until they finished high school, typically around the age of 18, which required attendance at Bible studies and religious affairs. Otherwise, children matured similarly as typical boys and girls would. Parents did not distinguish between biological and adoptive children. All received equal consideration, care, and affection from them. A thoughtful mother created an atmosphere of peace by paying close attention to internal dynamics and sibling relationships, praying frequently and performing acts of kindness. Together with her partner, she realized it was essential to develop good qualities through their behavior and set an example for her children of how important kindness can be in society. After Hurricane Ike struck Haiti, Tanya decided to sell her expensive wedding ring and donate the proceeds to an organization building homes for those affected by it. She bought herself an ordinary and inexpensive band instead. In 2015, Taylor completed high school and relocated to Boone for Appalachian State University. This event greatly affected Tristan. Without his friend around anymore, he felt alone and abandoned. Taylor returned home quickly, living her own independent life, while Tristan continued with the same restrictions and routines imposed upon him since early years by his parents' religious beliefs. Tristan felt restrained by not having access to social media, as this form of communication has become integral in teenagers' lives today. After Taylor had moved away, tension between his parents only worsened. In December 2017, however, Jeffrey and his family made significant positive steps forward when they relocated to a spacious lot in Deep Gap in Watauga County, in North Carolina, on an unpaved road that led into forested areas. It was significantly larger than their former residence. Robin was Tanya's mother and the children's grandma. This close proximity allowed for easy access in case additional care were necessary for caring for Tristan or not. While moving had likely been positive overall, Tristan may have needed time to adjust to his new environment by switching schools and adapting to life with new peers. At first, Tristan Boris's life may have seemed trouble-free. Attending Watauga High School and joining its track and field team seemed effortless, while other children found work as counselors at summer camps. While Tristan may have seemed perfect from outsiders' perspectives, over time his behavior became alarming enough that multiple meetings with a psychologist were scheduled in 2018. These meetings centered around his problems with managing anger and impulsivity. In 2019, when this young student was attending high school, he experienced difficulties understanding certain subjects despite his strong capabilities. These challenges persisted with every passing day, and since his relocation, have worsened significantly. Once settled in, he quickly transitioned from an enthusiastic student who actively participated in school activities into an indolent and disinterested adolescent who lost all interest in academic pursuits. Tristan began arriving late for lessons and had no desire or motivation to study, often wearing headphones in class with an uncommitted expression on his face. Teachers attempted to help, even reaching out directly, yet nothing seemed to change his apathy or enthusiasm toward studying. Tristan was not always behaving appropriately at home. At that point in his life, he already owned everything. There were often arguments between he and his parents over his mobile phone use and social media usage. In addition, Tristan spent hours surfing the web using Instagram as his portal of expression, where he described himself as a musician. Taylor had always taken an avid interest in her siblings' lives and noticed that Tristan frequently clashed with both of his parents over religious matters. She discovered other issues at school as well. Although she attempted to communicate with Tristan again, their former intimacy no longer existed. Tristan eventually met Evelyn Faith Jackson, a girl from his religious community. They began meeting regularly without paying attention to any restrictions on close relationships, occasionally smoking prohibited plants together, and Tristan often complained to his mother, who would debate his behavior with him at night, leaving him exhausted and unable to focus in school. The young man expressed concern over his numerous shortcomings that prevented him from meeting his mother's expectations and earning her pride. He noted that while with his father he could be his true self, that wasn't necessarily the case with her. On April 10, 2019, several previously undisclosed aspects of Tristan's life came to light. Security cameras were set up in his barn where goats were kept. His previous mobile phone, which he often used without telling his parents about, became an avenue of access for Tanya. She found texts showing that Tristan had engaged in explicit talks with female visitors, as well as discussed illicit substances. Tristan was at school when his phone started beeping with new messages from Tanya Boris and her husband, Daniel Boris. Alarmed, Tristan's parents communicated with each other over what had been found on Tristan's old phone. Upon learning this news, they started text messaging him and discussing the data discovered there. That same day, Sher King, Tristan's English instructor, called his mother with concerns regarding Tristan's academic performance and conduct. Later during trial, Sher King testified that Tanya Boris informed her they would collect Tristan early from school to discuss his grades with Tanya Boris, who she would also discuss it further with Sher King, regarding concerns she expressed about Tristan's academic performance and conduct, before later testifying that Tanya Boris told her and her husband would pick Tristan up early from school in order to discuss grades with Tristan before collecting him beforehand, in order to discuss grades with Tristan himself, before anyone else would know about this matter, involving Tristan being spoken about by Sher King, who then phoned his mother, expressing concern regarding academic performance and conduct issues, of which Tanya Boris informed her and husband would arrive shortly and collect him ahead of schedule in order to discuss possible academic performance and conduct issues concerning him being involved. Later testifying, Tanya Boris informed her and her husband would soon arrive shortly thereafter in order to collect him ahead of schedule from school, in order to discuss his grades together before collection from school shortly. Sherry King relayed Tristan's parents' message to him, who was shocked at what he heard. Tristan and Sherry left their youngest child with his grandma before heading over to his middle school to address the situation. Upon their return home, it was relatively peaceful. During trial, Tristan would recall that his mother appeared distressed while searching through his phone. Home discussions lasted approximately 90 minutes. Following their session, Tanya sent a text message to Tristan's mother informing her that Tristan wasn't bothered by his phone and car keys being confiscated until his grades and behavior improved. Tanya also mentioned she would soon arrive to collect Tristan. Tanya sent this text at 4 p.m. Once Tristan and Tanya discussed performing well academically, maintaining healthy relationships with girls, illegal substances risks, as well as her preference that Tristan focus on Christianity rather than other religions. He was made to listen and became acutely aware of where improvements needed to be made in his life. They created a list of traits necessary for personal growth, empathy and integrity among them, later to be discovered by cops. Tristan recounted how his mother approached from behind, placed her arm around his neck, exerted force upon it, forcing him to respond impulsively by rising, pivoting, and unwittingly striking her with his elbow, something his mother had never done before, which may explain his response. Her response? To grab what appeared to be scissors from a shelf. However, as Tristan felt overwhelmed by his surroundings, he took action himself by stabbing his mother, believing he was protecting himself, and fled for assistance from his father before returning. Subsequently, a forensic investigation would fail to uncover evidence on Tristan's neck, proving his mother strangled him. At trial, The prosecution would present photographs from a medical examiner depicting a fractured neck bone. In contrast to this testimony provided by psychologists who demonstrated Tristan Boris was mentally sound when the crime was committed, but suffered from compromised cognitive conditions which caused depersonalization, derealization, and an unreal feeling. Unfortunately for Tristan, both court and jury would disregard psychologists' interpretation by simply concluding he is an adept manipulator and socially risky individual. Tristan was confused and disoriented during this encounter with his father, as he could not comprehend why he was fleeing him, and why, upon finally catching up, he ended up stabbing him despite pleas for assistance. Tristan remembered his father grabbing a stone and shouting. Tristan refrained before apparently preferring that his life end, rather than attempt to harm or maim Tristan further. Neighbors reported hearing loud screaming coming from Boris' property around 5:30 p.m. Wednesday. Once it was over, Tristan returned home and vomited, according to his psychologist's analysis. This indicated a high degree of stress rather than premeditated murder. However, the jury held a different view than the psychologist, eventually receiving reports from a forensic medical examiner. At trial, Jeffrey Boris's post-mortem report listed several knife wounds to his left chest and back, slash wounds on both arms and hands, and abrasions to his skull and forehead. Tanya Boris's autopsy report showed numerous stab wounds across her left chest, back, arm as well as possible neck trauma from pressure applied by Jeffrey. Additionally, injuries could have resulted from pressure applied when Tristan felt threatened by Tanya. These findings demonstrated that Tristan could distance himself from his mother should he feel threatened. Also provided him the chance to distance himself in case his mother, should he feel threatened himself during his attack on Tristan. Though her actions were likely caused by a rapid error of judgment and misunderstanding of self-defense, their son Tristan's murder and subsequent behavior was immediately clear. After taking Tristan's mother's body from her residence and placing it into their vehicle covered with a tarpaulin cover for transport, later he cleaned up the area surrounding his residence for around an hour before using a garden hose to rinse out its porch next door. At approximately 8:30 p.m., Tristan arrived at Robin's residence to collect his younger sibling from school, something she found peculiar, only for him to inform her that their parents needed to run to a store quickly and didn't have time to collect him themselves. 20 minutes later, she received a phone call from another grandson, upset because neither parent was responding to his calls, nor arriving as per usual at his part-time worksite, where they usually picked him up afterward. Grandma called Alexis and asked her to fetch Robin. Once at Jeffrey and Tanya's residence, Robin noticed blood on the porch. However, because the couple owned pets, she wasn't overly concerned. When entering the house to collect a flashlight and inspect her animals, she noticed there was significant blood present. At that moment, Alexis quickly entered her home and reported her discovery of a body near the animal barn, along with believing she saw Tristan with bloody wounds escaping in a car used for escape. Alexis quickly contacted emergency services. An operator advised Alexis and family members to lock themselves into a vehicle until police arrived to respond. After 10 minutes of waiting outside and speaking with other officers, all were transported back to the station, where they learned of Jeffrey and Tanya Barassi's deaths. While inspecting the crime site, officers discovered a computer interface linking an indoor video surveillance system with monitors in the house. The display showed multiple cameras streaming live footage onto monitors, prompting authorities to obtain login credentials from the firm that maintained it and request a warrant to obtain its login data from that firm. Tristan reached out to Evelyn and met up at her house, causing concern among Evelyn, as well as some scratches to appear on his forehead and arms. Tristan assured Evelyn that all was okay after an argument between his parents and playing with their dog led to scratching. Evelyn later noted 3 scrapes on Tristan's forehead, 2 cuts on his hand, laceration on one fingertip, a bruised fingernail, and more scrapes than were visible. Tristan uploaded an image to Snapchat of his injuries after the incident and claimed they had been caused by his father's dog. Evelyn believed they matched up to injuries she saw him suffering during that evening's visit to Tristan and offered for him to stay overnight at her place and then visit Walmart and McDonald's the following morning before visiting Walmart and McDonald's as planned, but later decided against going. Tristan desired temporary separation from both of his parents, so Evelyn suggested staying with one of her family members for some time until Tristan agreed, and they journeyed together across state lines. On April 11th, officers from the sheriff's office obtained login and password credentials to the video surveillance system at Borley residence and examined video footage to unearth details regarding this crime. Police obtained an arrest warrant for Tristan and provided details regarding his vehicle used to flee to the National Crime Information Center, leading to an intensive search and pursuit operation being initiated in its search for it. Investigator Matthew received information that Tristan had been seen in Tennessee, so he began the necessary paperwork for extradition. To facilitate conversation between themselves and Tristan due to his young age, Robin, Tristan's grandmother, joined Investigator Matthew on their apprehension trip. Tristan noticed blue lights following him while driving his Ford with Evelyn. Attempting to distance himself, Tristan drove quickly along the highway, but eventually surrendered and stopped for good, being restrained with handcuffs before being led away into an officer-manned police vehicle, with ease by officers observing he did not seem distressed or anxious during this encounter. Investigator Matthew captured both video and audio of Tristan Boris's interview, held April 11, 2019, both videotaped and audiotaped. Tristan responded to all inquiries, admitted his conduct had violated law, and provided an in-depth account of it, sometimes breaking down in tears during their conversation. Tristan, who was only 17 at the time, was detained without bail. Shortly thereafter, the sheriff's office obtained a warrant to examine Tristan's Snapchat account, as well as 5 cell phones, which may contain evidence on this incident. A search warrant was also issued for Tristan's Orchard Road residence, where investigators discovered an additional mobile phone in the main bedroom, as well as paper cups, hammers, straws, knives, swabs with red stains, eyeglasses, kitchen towels, hammock, digital video recorders, a rug, and various papers, cards, and boots from storage. Legal papers indicate that a search warrant was also authorized for Tristan's Ford F-150 vehicle, where a swab with red stains, a charger for his laptop computer, and steering wheel cover were taken. Another search warrant was also issued against his girlfriend's residence in Boone, as he had spent the night there. Pillowcases, zipper sweaters, and notebooks were confiscated from these premises by court order. Investigations and searches provided detectives with enough evidence to reconstruct every detail of events, even those seemingly minor ones that had not occurred yet, thus making self-defense unfeasible. Funeral ceremonies for this couple took place on April 17, 2019 at Bible Fellowship Church and were led by pastors William C.R. and Brad Gray. Even after losing both parents so soon in life, their children found the strength to write heartfelt obituaries for them both. Jeff and Tanya brought immense happiness and pride to both of our parents. As such, we aim to carry on their legacy by loving others fully while following Jesus. Following her brother Tristan's funeral, Taylor visited him for the first time in prison and was shocked at his behavior. Tristan showed no regret or attempted to place blame onto other family members. To her sister, it appeared like he believed he'd eventually gain his freedom again. She felt repulsed and left quickly. On May 11th, she returned to commemorate Tristan's birthday with his grandma Robin present, but the encounter mirrored that of previous visits, with Tristan commending their organized birthday celebration at a correctional facility to mark his special day, despite Taylor considering this behavior inappropriate given their parents' untimely demises. Following this visit, their family made the decision to end any further communication with Tristan. Trial began on February 16, 2022. At trial, Tristan expressed regret over what had taken place, agreed with what his family had said about him, and supported the choice for long-term restrictions to ensure their sense of security. On March 3rd, he was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole on each count of first-degree murder by Judge Horn, who noted mental health was an element in this case as Tristan Boris still experienced anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress disorder, like symptoms according to psychologist reports. Judge Horn noted that although the psychologist did not detect signs of psychotic disorders, anxiety and despair might have been compounded by her use of illegal narcotics. One striking aspect of Tristan's case was his family, lawyer or himself, not providing any explanation as to the reasoning for his crime. On one side, there is a religious household and socially risky person, using illicit drugs who did not fully grasp why events transpired, nor effectively manage miscommunication. While on the other is Tristan himself, who wasn't sure why something went wrong. On the other side of the coin is a young man with an inadequate self-perception, no confidence, frequently experiencing depression, showing symptoms of anxiety, and not seeking professional healthcare services. At his court hearing, it was brought up that he experienced panic attacks, which his mother helped manage as she too experienced them frequently. One of the central principles of teaching PISM is based on the belief that children born with original sin are inherently immoral and therefore need education and schooling in order to rectify their behavior and prepare them for living an ethical lifestyle. Establishing strict discipline and suppressing children's self-awareness are effective in accomplishing this aim, according to some. Strict love may even prove helpful. Children genetically predisposed for increased sensitivity of the nervous system often struggled when raised within severely limited environments that were overprotective, leading them to feel insufficient when it came to religious belief systems. Some individuals naturally require more affection, while others demand less. As his older sister recalled, the young child felt threatened by the arrival of new siblings that caused their parents' priorities to shift in response to them. Initial reactions included revolt, followed by feelings of sorrow and low self-esteem, evidenced by illicit marijuana usage, sudden attacks of anxiety, and feelings of being detached from both oneself and their surroundings. His religious beliefs differed from his parents. He could not fulfill his mother's expectations, and the changes needed were listed in a joint document they created together. Instead of finding contacts for competent therapists, they had reached the breaking point, leaving no way out but separation in what had once been an affectionate family unit. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Royal Caribbean was sailing across the Asian Sea, where its expanse seemed endless, carrying newly married couple George Smith and Jennifer, who had recently been joined together in marriage. Sitting on deck, enjoying the cool breeze in their hair, and gazing upon beautiful surroundings, Asian Sea was stretched out before them like an expansive canvas filled with promise and potential. Thus began an extraordinary wedding journey that eventually turned into an unexpected voyage that led to unexpected results and ultimately to an intriguing tale. On July 5, 2005, at approximately 8 a.m. in one of the cabins on Deck 7 of Royal Caribbean cruise liner in Chicago, 16-year-old Emily Roosh noticed something that caused concern. Something resembling blood was spread across a canopy that protected lifeboat in her immediate area, as well as an apparent blood mark near its outer part, suggesting someone had fallen through and vanished into the sea. Emily could not help reacting when she noticed these strange footprints and quickly informed the staff of the liner about them. Shortly thereafter, other passengers from nearby staterooms noticed similar evidence on Deck 7. An engaging discussion began about what might have caused these footprints to appear, leading to stories that eventually appeared on multiple international magazines' front pages. Unforeseen events took place within cabin number 962 that caused immediate and profound distress for this young couple on their Mediterranean honeymoon vacation, disrupting their happiness abruptly and suddenly. Accounts of this incident varied and were confusing, including accounts that ranged from an accidental mishap, potential theft, and possible even intentional murder. Investigators grew increasingly confused as their inquiry unfolded, with evidence collected on board suggesting multiple potential culprits who kept undisclosed information to themselves. It seems as though many on board knew more than they wanted to share, and now investigators, reporters, and others tracking this mysterious case are left scratching their heads as to exactly what transpired on that ominous night aboard ship. George Smith was an optimistic, curious, and intelligent young person born in Greenwich, Connecticut. George enjoyed an enjoyable childhood, filled with happiness, thanks to the love and support from his family, most especially his parents, George Sr., an owner and manager of a liquor business himself, who managed it himself with passion, though Bree was his primary priority, as she always felt safe around them both. His family business, George Sr., ran by Bree, was owned and managed personally. For him, it wasn't simply work, but an endeavor, worth dedicating hours every week. George took pride in making sure his family were his top priority, an activity they all shared, along with Bree, also owned and managed personally by George's father, George Sr., and owned and managed a liquor business managed personally by him himself. More than simply work, its operation became his true passion. George Smith Jr. graduated with honors from Babson College, located in Massachusetts. Following graduation, he spent some years as an analyst specializing in computer data mining in Boston, before returning home and joining his parents' store as an assistant manager to gain insight into all its details, so he could eventually take over and give his parents time for much-needed vacation. George Smith met Jennifer from Connecticut and recently offered a teaching position during one of his gatherings with friends in 2002. They quickly fell deeply in love, with George's parents also being thrilled about this choice of partner for their son. 3 years later, in 2005, when George was 26 years old, they made the decision to get married and start a new chapter of their lives together. They held their wedding at Castle Hill Inn, located in Newport, Rhode Island, with the ceremony taking place by the waterfront, an idyllic venue for such an important milestone in life. Following their ceremony, the newlyweds went on their 12-day honeymoon cruise aboard one of Royal Caribbean's grand vessels, sailing around Asia from Barcelona. Visits were made to France's Côte d'Azur and Italian coast. On their cruise, George and Jennifer quickly made friends with another couple from California, as well as Josh Asen, a 20-year-old with an engaging sense of humor, from California. Josh quickly befriended George before joining their cheerful group for fun hangout sessions aboard ship. On July 1st, after departing Italy's coast, they made plans to disembark and spend all day having fun on land together. On July 4th, youth explored Mykonos Island with eager excitement, strolling through its historic town's narrow alleyways and taking a dip in its clear Asian seawater were highlights for them, along with sampling delicious local cuisine in charming eateries. Happy and content, they enjoyed one another's company and this lovely location. Mykonos created lasting memories, and they planned to finish their evening together on the ship's deck. George and Jennifer joined their friends on board ship for another enjoyable dinner and decided to come together as a group and share in some good laughs to remember this special part of the world. It was an energetic evening as George, Jennifer, and Josh Asen all took advantage of tasty starters and beverages before moving on to having fun at the casino aboard ship. George liked sitting at the craps table, while Josh found entertainment playing poker, while Jennifer preferred poker tables for entertainment purposes. By the end of their evening, newly married couple had lost considerable sums, but laughed about it without regret. After all, this was their honeymoon. Following casino closure, companions made the decision to continue with their evening. George was most recently seen exiting the casino at approximately 2:30 a.m. and did not necessarily indicate that he would return to his cabin. On June 5, 2005, in the early morning hours, an unusual plan began unfolding on Mykonos in Greece. George Smith, recently married 26-year-old from West Virginia, was on an Asian cruise when he mysteriously vanished that evening. Witnesses described a vibrant, exciting evening on board which George loved. However, everything soon proved more sinister in its aftermath. The ship's captain conducted an examination of the stateroom, where strange footprints had been found, as well as surrounding deck areas, including where any possible acts of aggression might have taken place. There was nobody inside this cabin where such footprints had been left behind, and evidence hinted at something significant having taken place in it. Potentially related acts had led to its disappearance by violence against newly married couple. Word quickly spread among passengers aboard the ship about these mysterious happenings, creating unease among all of them and prompting Deck 7 to be closed off so no passengers were permitted to enter or leave their cabins. Meanwhile, ship's crew extensively explored all potential locations on board in an effort to track down George and Jennifer, who had vanished without trace. After discovering blood, it was assumed that newly married couple had vanished for unknown reasons. A senior officer took control of the situation by taking action himself. Going back to their cabin to assess what had occurred, all available evidence indicated that George may have fallen into the water and disappeared off ship. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, searches continued for George and Caroline. At 10 a.m., Jennifer was discovered receiving an otherwise scheduled massage in the ship's spa. To her shock and concern, Jennifer disclosed that her husband hadn't been present when she woke up today, though initially this didn't appear odd as they'd shared a cabin together before moving into different cabins for sleepover. So instead of searching for him immediately, she decided to indulge in some spa treatment rather than worry. At midday, Turkish officials arrived aboard to begin an inquiry. The captain comforted anxious passengers by explaining that recent events necessitated working closely with local authorities in order to clarify them quickly. He expressed hope that any issues would be dealt with quickly. Police officers began their interrogation of Jennifer, wife of the missing guy. Due to her unsettling state and apparent ignorance about George's whereabouts, Jennifer became the primary focus. She mentioned having not seen George since last night. Men from Royal Caribbean came knocking at her door, telling her it's possible he may have fallen overboard from their ship. Bloodstains could also be seen on its awning, suggesting something terrible had taken place with George. Investigators conducted an inspection of Stateroom 962 aboard a cruise ship. When they entered, the room was in disarray from a quick search or conflict. Fingerprints could also be seen on the balcony railings in the bathroom area, where spots of blood could be seen on rugs, towels, and surfaces like the balcony railings. Turkish investigators discovered two 2 cm bloodstains on bedspreads belonging to George. Samples were identified as belonging to him before disappearing mysteriously from cabin 962. All indications pointed to George having experienced trauma prior to his mysterious departure, suggesting trauma had taken place prior to his unexpected disappearance from cabin 962, prior to his untimely disappearance, a short while after experiencing trauma within this cabin, before his mysterious departure, without explanation from its confines, before its vanishment, from which all records could not be traced. Detectives were particularly intrigued by a chair on the balcony, which had been moved closer to the railing so someone could sit on it next to it, and discovered indications on it suggesting someone had been sitting. This aroused suspicion among many, including the captain of the ship, that George may have fallen from there and injured himself. However, due to tall barriers on either side of him, as well as bloodstains found inside both cabin and awning of boat, also leading them to suspect that there had been an act of murder committed on board ship. Investigators began piecing together what had transpired that evening, trying to ascertain who George had been socializing with and what could have caused this tragic incident. Though their inquiry had only just started, it soon became evident that it presented them with an intricate tale filled with riddles and unexpected developments. Turkish authorities entered the ship to begin investigating George Smith's disappearance and decided to begin by interviewing a group of young men with whom his newly married couple had socialized prior to leaving port. Since the case remained obscure, each clue could potentially provide important insight. Company members reported that George and Jennifer had consumed excessive quantities of wine on that fateful night. George was under the influence of alcohol, so they assisted him back to his cabin where they helped him into bed before taking off his shoes before leaving him alone. Jennifer could not be found, and they speculated she might return later. Josh Askin's statement contains other inconsistencies, including his claim that he witnessed Jennifer leaving with casino staff member Lloyd, believing there to be an intense emotional bond between George and Jennifer, and them not hiding their feelings towards one another in George's presence. Video camera footage, however, showed Jennifer leaving without Lloyd at 3:25 a.m., leaving George with new acquaintances. Lloyd returned home around 3:25 a.m., as confirmed by key card data, as well as by his girlfriend waking up when entering their cabin at this time. Detectives were perplexed by these discrepancies and began to suspect Josh Askin had personal motivations for concealing certain information from them. Investigators continued their probe, uncovering more and more details that deepened the enigma surrounding Greg Rosenberg's tale. At 19 years old, Greg was enjoying himself aboard a cruise ship with family and friends, such as cousin Zach Rosenberg and close acquaintance Rostislav Kaufman. All three had Russian origins, but held American passports and resided in New York City. Jennifer and Greg Rosenberg decided to test their luck at poker at the casino. Betting activity continued well into the evening. When it closed at 2:30 a.m., their group decided to continue the fun at a club, dancing, sipping drinks, and enjoying drinks while Lloyd Botha, the manager of the casino, was present and joined in their nightly amusement. After this incident, accounts of what transpired began to diverge as members of the group slowly made their own ways back to their cabins. Some boys intoxicated with alcohol had become particularly boisterous late into the evening. Pursuant to ship regulations, delivery staff refused to serve two intoxicated guests who claimed that they had bought absinthe on Mykonos Island, but this wasn't permitted, as passengers weren't permitted to consume their own alcoholic beverages on board. At some point, Josh returned to his cabin on the same deck and obtained an extremely potent bottle of absinthe, which had an alcohol content exceeding 70%, one of the strongest alcoholic beverages available on the market. George decided to help Josh out and concealed it beneath his short waistband so as to remain undetected for as long as possible. After 3 a.m., when the ship had become totally silent, a vigilant janitor observed something unusual. 4 young individuals, including Greg, Zach, Rostislav, Josh, and George, were drinking from an absinthe bottle and making noise about drinking more. This incident was taken seriously and became another factor in the investigation. Not only were men drinking heavily that evening, even Jennifer, who had initially appeared more reserved, began showing signs of impairment later that night. Witnesses had varied interpretations of her behavior. Some saw it as her trying to maintain balance, while others took it as flirtatious behavior. No one knows exactly what happened after this, though eyewitness accounts indicate a disagreement between them. Perhaps they were discussing events from the night before, either in an upbeat or serious tone, when Jennifer struck George without apparent provocation. Whether this act of violence could have been playful or caused out of anger is still unknown. Following that, Jennifer abruptly left the disco at 3:30 a.m., seemingly under the influence and leaving George behind in the company of his newly acquired friends. This act marked an abrupt turning point in their evening together. Staff witnesses were essential in providing accurate accounts of what transpired at the incident scene. Jennifer, walking unsteadily down the hallway, caught the janitor's attention, and, according to him, young men drinking absinthe had previously been seen doing so. He provided her with assistance, accompanied her to the elevator, and observed as she made an odd right turn when reaching her floor, despite having a stateroom on her left. Jennifer was eventually discovered sleeping in the corridor, some distance from her room. 2 security personnel and a female cop used a wheelchair to transport her back. At 4:52 a.m. when they arrived back in their living quarters, George was absent, and his balcony drapes had remained tight even with gusts of wind, raising questions. Could he move independently out to his balcony once his new acquaintances left him in bed? Chit Hyman and his spouse were enjoying a relaxing getaway at a nearby cabin when the situation escalated rapidly. While sleeping peacefully for some time prior to 4 a.m., when an inexplicable noise began disturbing their rest, Chit Hyman immediately reported the noise to guest services. Additionally, he banged on his wall and shouted at his neighbors until there was some relief in their cabin. After another noisy conversation lasting approximately 3 minutes, an extremely heated discussion broke out on the balcony. Chit and his spouse overheard someone repeat, "Good night," as if encouraging people to leave the cabin, followed by sounds resembling furniture rearrangement, followed by what could only have been an item dropping to the ground. Chit Hyman decided to investigate and opened up the door, whereupon he observed 3 individuals whom he could not recognize. Other passengers on board reported hearing loud sounds that seemed to mimic someone hitting the roof of the boat, followed by a female's scream for help. However, none of the witnesses could provide conclusive proof that a female was present during that period in the cabin. Eyewitness accounts indicate 4 young males entered, yet only 3 of them could be seen leaving at any one time. Question was, could one of them have remained indoors to attempt to obtain money from a newly married couple following a large gambling session and possibly try to steal? Heist appears likely, although Greg, Zach, and Rostislav may have had other plans after Chit Hyman noticed 3 unknown individuals outside his room. George Smith had no trace of 2 men entering his stateroom after entering it at 4:05 a.m., according to their evidence, and leaving without returning within the same hour, prompting several hypotheses as to what may have transpired since. Here are a few theories as to what might have transpired regarding George. Robbery. Robberies are of great concern, and George and Jennifer had become intoxicated quickly that evening, yet witnesses saw them leave the casino at 2:30 a.m., seemingly relatively sober. At 3:30 a.m., however, they could no longer access their cabin alone due to possible exposure to illegal substances. This theory is supported by reports from casino patrons who reported hearing George and Jennifer boast about possessing significant amounts of money, which may have come either as wedding gifts or won in gambling at the casino. Witnesses reported having fortunes worth several tens of thousands of dollars. It appears likely they may have been targeted for theft. George owned an expensive Breitling watch, while Jennifer owned an exquisite engagement ring. Both items signaled their wealth. Perhaps their living space was searched in an attempt to discover it. Blood stains on their sheet may have resulted from George's watch being taken off his wrist by a kidnapper. Alcohol's impact, the second rendition of events related to the effects of alcohol and hallucinogens. When informed of passengers' intoxication levels and footprints left on the balcony, Captain concluded there may have been an inadvertent incident, such as when grappling instructor George fell into the water while grappling. A special focus is given on hallucinations caused by drinking absinthe. Specialists in toxicology stress that concentration of active ingredients, such as thujone, is key. At present, this beverage is being sold across Europe. However, its strength has been severely limited by restrictions set forth by the European Union. This evidence suggests that in legally sold absinthe, the amount of thujone present is so small as to prevent hallucinations. However, illegally produced absinthe that contains much higher potencies can be obtained via illegal channels and could theoretically cause hallucinations effects. Given that the Smith couple obtained their absinthe legally in Europe and could not have caused such harmful results, this situation seems improbable. Experts agree that in order to experience hallucinogenic effects from legal absinthe, a person would need to consume a substantial quantity. Unfortunately, such an amount would likely exceed what their body can tolerate and could even result in potentially deadly alcohol poisoning. Alcohol and hallucinogen use appear unlikely here and lack compelling proof. Questioning individuals from George Smith's company as part of the investigation into his disappearance remains key. FBI investigators conducted lie detector interviews with several key figures involved in this story, such as Jennifer and casino manager Lloyd Botha, both successfully passing their lie detector tests. Josh Askin did not pass his polygraph interview, however. It could indicate that the Russian had knowledge about George's disappearance, or it could have been caused by questioning methods designed to extract more details from him. Furthermore, video footage was produced showing 3 individuals discussing it casually and playful. The audio was found to be significant evidence and was taken into consideration by FBI investigators. One of the unknown individuals on the recording can be heard speaking the phrase, "We taught him a lesson in paragliding without parachute," which could suggest something related to George. Greg, Zach, Rostislav, and Josh Asen were interviewed as witnesses during an investigation into George Smith's mysterious death in 2009. Zach Rosenberg and Josh Askin did not provide straight answers or make statements clearly explaining events, which transpired as Zach relied on self-incrimination clause of Fifth Amendment of U.S. Constitution to avoid providing straightforward responses, leaving their statements unclear or lacking completeness. Greg Rosenberg was among those present at George Smith's gathering that evening and made statements which undermined his investigation. For instance, one such statement from him stated that they ordered food delivery that day, an allegation which provided them with a plausible alibi against Russian boys present there. Yet this assertion remains suspect, given there are inconsistencies with it. No orders were recorded by ship's service logs on that date. Stateroom delivery had been banned that morning, employees were instructed not to assist with them that evening, and Greg remains uncertain who placed orders. Witnesses offered varied responses about George and Jennifer's relationship based on their observations and memories. Greg testified that due to excessive alcohol intake, it was difficult to assess their quality relationship due to intoxication in general. All members in their group were truly drunk, making definitive statements difficult. Josh Askin suggested Greg had left shortly after placing an order for meals, but Greg denied this claim by asserting he never left. Consistencies added an additional level of complexity to the investigation and necessitated further verification and gathering of facts. Greg stated he knew nothing about any connection between Jennifer or Lloyd Botha and George's disappearance. Yet, according to him, it must have been intentional as something strange occurred that night. Sooner or later, this will all come out into the open. Greg Rosenberg was murdered in December 2019, and the cause of his death remains unanswered. Authorities are currently conducting an investigation to ascertain any link between this killing and George Smith's demise. George Smith's untimely disappearance became a national scandal that devastated his family. The circumstances became more intricate as time progressed, drawing interest both from law enforcement authorities and members of the general public alike. Meanwhile, George's relatives continued pressing authorities to uncover the truth and provide justice. The FBI's Connecticut Regional Office transferred George's case to New York. Their determination and media outreach efforts resulted in little progress on this undisclosed matter. George's family offered a $100,000 reward for any information which might lead to finding and punishing those responsible, while also encouraging people not to support shipowner firms, as they suspected these firms of trying to cover up what had occurred for financial gain. After the incident, relations between George's parents and Jennifer became unstable. A comprehensive assessment of her conduct began publicly. She appeared excessively composed and calculated, while refusing to provide sufficient details sparked suspicion. Yet, according to FBI agents, she stated she was simply following their instructions and adhering to their guidelines. In their pursuit of fairness and truth, the Smith family became disillusioned when Jennifer accepted an offer from an arbitration firm to settle the litigation privately for $1 million. Seen by many as betrayal and as a way to avoid further accusations against cruise organizers. They were unhappy with Turkish authorities' investigations as well as Jennifer, accepting this settlement offer too quickly and accepting an arbitration firm offer too quickly, believing she may be hiding something and not showing curiosity enough about uncovering truth. Jennifer herself reported having very few memories after 2:30 a.m. that night. She wasn't aware that ship's crew discovered and brought back Jennifer to her room from where they found her in the hallway. Since the Turkish inquiry didn't meet their expectations and their doubtful attitude toward official conclusions, the Smith family decided to seek justice on their own and sought help from independent forensic scientist Henry Lee in their pursuit for justice. Henry Lee conducted several tests inside and on the balcony that were not included in his official report, hoping to uncover key facts about what had taken place and validate one of two possible explanations: murder or accident. Henry Lee suggests that due to the height of the balcony, its fall could cause injury in any number of ways. A third party could have pushed George over, or, being in some state of mental confusion, he could have climbed up on it himself and fallen. Either scenario generated numerous inquiries and uncertainties. An expert wanted to conduct an experiment designed to replicate such an occurrence. However, this proposal was turned down by firm owner of liner. Henry Lee conducted investigations in the cabin, on the balcony and boat, without disclosing their findings to anyone. Simultaneously, the FBI began their own probe. Their studies and discoveries remained undisclosed as well. They seemed particularly intrigued with 4 young guys who spent one night with George: Josh Asen from Los Angeles, as well as Greg Zach Rosenberg, Rostislav Kaufman from Russia, who differed significantly in account from that given by other witnesses, creating an unusual and confusing scenario. George Smith's mysterious disappearance remains an incomprehensible puzzle, shrouded in secrecy and unfamiliar conditions. Following an exhaustive investigation and consideration of various hypotheses, his loved ones remain committed to uncovering the truth about her disappearance. At first, they doubted Jennifer's involvement, but later, they became convinced of her innocence and raised their lawsuit settlement amount against a corporation. With this money divided amongst themselves as family, and obtained access to findings from ship owner company, inquiries that included testimonies from witnesses, as well as any relevant details that revealed by ship owner's company. Inquiries that included testimonies of witnesses, as well as relevant details regarding other details regarding George Smith's disappearance. Jennifer was left with memories of her first spouse and dedicated herself to charitable associations in his memory, striving to perform acts of kindness. Over time, she married again. Unfortunately, despite all attempts and investigations by the FBI to uncover what had occurred or where George's body might have been hidden, their efforts failed. At its conclusion, it was determined that George died accidentally. Furthermore, there wasn't sufficient evidence available for further investigations as stated by their official statement of the Federal Bureau. George Smith has vanished, and his loved ones continue to search for answers as to his demise. They feel deeply distressed that they cannot pay their respects to him at his burial site, yet hope they'll eventually unravel his mystery and uncover its truth. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. At London 2012 Summer Olympic Games, Felix Vero Sanchez stood out. Dubbed one of Puerto Rico's greatest talents and most anticipated athletes, many anticipated him winning championships and gold medals for Puerto Rico. All eyes turned towards him, believing that this young person would go far in athletics. In 2021, boxing once again made headlines worldwide media, this time in relation to criminal news. This storyline involves an early romantic connection that eventually developed into dependency that eventually lead to devastating consequences. Also includes details regarding who orchestrated 2014 Maine knockout, which earned praise from two-time Olympic champion Vasyl Lomachenko before receiving almost severe punishment, but eventually getting sentenced to life imprisonment. Be mindful that despite evidence and confession from his boxer's accomplice, he refuses to own up to his guilt. At 9 years old, an unexpected incident altered his future direction dramatically. An acquaintance visited with their 9-year-old, prompting an altercation that included physical contact that required both parents to intervene to separate the youngsters. His father later suggested that should any fights arise again in future, they should wear boxing gloves for protection. After his altercation, Felix requested being taken to a gym nearby. During this initial training session, he discovered his passion for boxing, later confessing it himself. At 16 years old, he won Pan American Junior Championships with flying colors. 1 year later, he won his national championship, while 2 years later, he participated in London Olympic Games where he reached quarterfinals, all markers of success in professional boxing. That year marked his path toward great success as an athlete. Verdeo took part in 29 bouts, winning 27 victories en route. In 2014, he earned recognition for delivering an outstanding knockout against Sergio Villanueva. Felix won his inaugural championship belt when he won the WBO Latino belt, which he successfully defended 6 more times over 2 years. It became clear to those watching that this young boxer would leave an indelible mark in global boxing history. Now let us get acquainted with Kayla Rodriguez. She was born in San Juan on November 23, 1993, with the name Kayla Marlene Rodriguez Ortiz, and raised by Jose and Kayla Rodriguez as one of their children. Barris Nicole was also adopted into their family, alongside Jonathan from Kayla's prior marriage. KLA was known to be both friendly and outgoing during her upbringing, performing admirably in school while harboring deep affection for animals that may lead her down a career path as a veterinarian one day. KLA was especially close with her sister Barris, with whom she shared all kinds of secrets regarding personal matters as well. KLA Rodriguez attended school alongside Felix Verdejo, her contemporary. They first met as children, but later began an intense romance during adolescence. Following Rodriguez's parents' separation in 2011, Kayla relocated to Florida, while her daughters chose to remain behind in San Juan. Though their separate lives had taken different directions for years, both sisters still shared close bonds that kept them close and shared the details of each life with one another. When an accomplished Olympic boxer named Elisa Maria Santiago Sierra became interested in dating him. At 18 years old, he met young schoolgirl and model Elisa Maria Santiago Sierra, who at 14 was attending school but still harboring big aspirations, one being to partner with an internationally acclaimed athlete such as himself or herself. Eliza's parents did not object to this relationship. Felix, both beautiful and skilled, attracted many admirers due to his boxing success as well as media attention he received for being good-looking and skilled. Many women took an interest in him. He took advantage of any chance for casual encounters or brief affairs, even while in a relationship with Eliza, even meeting up with KLA regularly afterwards. Keisha's brother Barris and parent Kayla Rodriguez knew about Keisha's affair, yet did not approve. Furthermore, Eliza believed she was Felix's only female companion and made plans for their future together. Keisha, on the other hand, was aware that he was engaged, but Felix refused to end their relationship. Furthermore, he was her initial strong affection, while deep inside Keisha still craved acceptance as her chosen one. In 2016, boxer Anthony Jabari married Eliza, then nearly 19 years old at that time, and who had already garnered significant recognition as a model with numerous followers on social media. Additionally, she had established her own beauty studio specializing in eyelash extensions. Shortly after their wedding ceremony took place in August that same year, shortly before driving his motorcycle in a hurry, an athlete was involved in a serious car accident while riding it quickly. Ricky Marquez, Felix's trainer, had serious concerns that his great athlete may lose control at an important juncture of their careers. Yet contrary to expectations, Felix experienced rapid healing and quickly returned to boxing ring competition. At September 2019, boxer Jose Verdejo Santiago shared a photo on social media featuring Eliza, who was far along in her pregnancy. In the caption of the photo, he stated, "In the near future, I will meet my father's beloved daughter," and 1 month later announced her birth, Miranda Verdejo Santiago. At first glance, he appeared to be an attentive husband and loving parent, yet unbeknownst to Eliza, he continued meeting up with Keisha without breaking off his relationship, each time emotionally promising that this relationship would end, yet each time he would promise this would end too, thus increasing Eliza's suspicions each time he promised his promise, and they would end it. But eventually she revealed this fact through confession later. KLA attempted multiple times to end her difficult relationship, but Felix would not let go. She avoided dating other guys since Felix warned her that any time he discovered she was with another, it could have severe repercussions for both parties involved. Especially because KLA herself had developed feelings for Verdejo since high school. Their feelings continued regardless. Rodriguez pursued an animal care career and found employment at a veterinary medicine and aesthetics clinic. Her colleagues described her as hardworking. Eliza was responsible and reliable. She lived with 2 dogs and a cat whom she loved dearly. However, in 2020, Eliza found out her husband's involvement with other romantic partners, such as KLA. As soon as this came to light, Eliza made waves by expelling him from their house, with threats that she would initiate divorce proceedings and prevent him from seeing their daughter anymore. Eliza's warnings had an immediate impact. Additionally, at that point in KLA's athletic career, there had been an abrupt decrease, leaving no time or desire for unwanted issues to arise. For some time, he stopped seeing Rodriguez. Felix, however, still kept an eye on nearly every action of Rodriguez and attempted to monitor each interaction they had together. After some unspoken meetings, they resumed dating, and in April 2021, KLA found out she was pregnant through purchasing a quick test at her pharmacy, which only confirmed what KLA already suspected. She bought quick tests there, which confirmed what she already suspected was already confirmed in KLA. KLA reached out to her sister first, as someone familiar with her connection with an athlete, for advice. Keisha did not consider abortion an option due to being 27 and being willing to raise the child independently. A few days later, she informed Felix, believing he would understand. Instead, he became angry and advised his mistress to visit a doctor immediately to determine her pregnancy, suggesting an abortion if necessary, if confirmed by medical testing. Rodriguez denied Felix's allegations, but continued to receive intimidation and persistence from him. Felix asserted that the existence of an illegitimate child could compromise his reputation, something which he could no longer tolerate. Keisha was then taken to the hospital, where her pregnancy was verified and she received an official certificate as evidence. When Keisha called Felix with the news, his response was immediate: anger. Felix raised his voice to demand Keisha take the child immediately from her care, but she refused. Instead, Felix chose to act discreetly by raising questions and personally reviewing KLA's medical certificate before scheduling an evening meeting at an unobtrusive spot. KLA wasn't surprised. Their effort had always been to avoid drawing unnecessary attention to themselves and not cause interference with anyone's agenda. Before the encounter, Felix visited an old acquaintance named Luis Antonio Cadiz, who worked in a nearby workshop and had connections to the illicit drug trade. Felix briefly described the scenario to Luis and asked for his assistance in resolving it with his pregnant partner. Luis had attracted the attention of police, fearing prison would follow them home. Felix assured him there would be no issues and they wouldn't go anywhere. Additionally, he promised a substantial monetary incentive and Luis agreed. Felix sought help from her partner and told KLA of his plan to meet on April 29th to discuss her pregnancy and make decisions moving forward. Keisha phoned Barris as soon as she spoke with Felix. Keisha expressed hope that Felix would accept their child and would not push for an abortion. Barris was concerned, knowing Felix had threatened Keisha before, so was fearful he might take some form of action against KLA. Even together, Barris and her mother attempted unsuccessfully to convince KLA not to meet on that fateful evening on April 29th. Even together, they failed in convincing KLA, of course. At the scheduled meeting time, Rodriguez came bearing a medical letter in her Kia Forte car and arrived with Verdejo in his truck, carrying Luis in its bed. Keisha promptly entered Verdejo's vehicle to present test results to him, once again discussing ending her pregnancy, but being met by tears from KLA. Once this discussion occurred again, Felix struck Keisha in the head with his fist, causing her unconsciousness, and an intense argument ensued between the couple before Felix abruptly hit Keisha with his fist and caused her unconsciousness almost instantly. After KLA had become unconscious, Felix used Luis to obtain a syringe filled with illicit chemicals from the glove compartment of their car and administered them directly to KLA. After transporting Rodriguez with his partner to the back of their vehicle, where there were already set out sections of wire and concrete blocks, they bound her and concealed her under a tarp in order to reduce any chance of visibility. Felix then returned to his pickup truck while Keisha took her partner's seat as they headed towards a bridge that crossed San Jose Lagoon. Once there, Felix made sure he wasn't seen while tossing KLA into the river as quickly as he could without anyone noticing. Later, however, they decided to fire several trial rounds from guns they brought along while chasing after him in order to eliminate any risk for victims of violence. When their mission had been accomplished, all returned home. Keisha's colleagues were the first to express concern when she failed to arrive at the Veterinary Medicine and Aesthetics Center the following day, knowing she is always highly reliable. Since she didn't answer their phone call or respond when called back by KLA herself, it was decided to reach out to Keisha's sister to inquire further into what had occurred. After trying several unsuccessful methods of communication with KLA, Barris decided to visit her house. There was no response at the door, but thanks to an extra key, she gained entry without difficulty and found mostly starved animals who had gone 24 hours without food, giving rise to fear as Barris realized something horrific or irreparable had occurred to KLA. She called her mother and shared all details before notifying authorities of threats made against KLA. When calling Felix directly, he insisted on staying home with his family instead. Kayla Rodriguez flew from Florida to San Juan as soon as an airplane became available, fearful that her partner may have taken Keisha without permission to a confidential medical facility for an abortion procedure without her knowledge or consent. After speaking with neighbors and co-workers of Keisha Rodriguez, her missing sister, but no useful details emerged from them during this phase of investigation. Posts were put out asking anyone with knowledge regarding Rodriguez's fate or whereabouts to contact them immediately. After it became known that the girl missing was engaged to an athlete and pregnant, journalists immediately sought interviews with Rodriguez's relatives. Many expressed doubts and blamed Felix as being responsible for this tragedy, among other charges. Keisha's car was discovered abandoned on April 30th on the eastern edge of the city, still filled with her paperwork and personal items, without signs of struggle inside. On May 1st, while walking across Lagoon Bridge, someone noticed something which seemed like human remains floating near shore. This person promptly reported this sighting to authorities who quickly located a young female corpse, likely the one everyone in town had been searching for over multiple days. Rodriguez family members came to identify the body, holding on to hope until the very last moment that it wasn't Keisha, but unfortunately, their hopes weren't fulfilled. Though submerged for some days and showing visible changes due to being submerged underwater for many hours, her distinctive tattoo on her arm helped identify Keisha swiftly and identify who had killed her. When learning of this horrifying discovery, the citizens of the city reacted harshly and began organizing spontaneous gatherings demanding justice against those responsible. On that same day, Verdejo was arrested and taken to the police station for questioning, yet he vehemently denied any involvement and stated he was home with his family on the evening of Keisha's disappearance. Felix was released without charges against him. One key witness for Verdejo's alibi verification was his wife, who confirmed her husband wasn't at home during that evening of crime. Investigators initially examined traffic surveillance footage along the route leading up to the bridge from which Keisha had been thrown, identifying Felix's pickup truck and Kia Forte as vehicles driving near each other. It became evident that Felix wasn't driving his Kia. On that same day, Felix's vehicle was brought in for inspection. Within it, they found some hair of deceased person found within it. Louise was the first to turn herself in to police, agreeing to provide all the facts in exchange for a shorter sentence. Felix was detained as well, yet refused to participate with the investigation or respond to inquiries, even in spite of overwhelming proof against him. A gun that Felix used to shoot the victim from a bridge was recovered with valid license documentation attached. Furthermore, a mobile phone check verified all three as being present during that fateful evening. Keisha Rodriguez had her final farewell on May 8th in a funeral service which received widespread media coverage. Not only was this held to demand that those responsible be punished as legally as possible, but also to raise public awareness on gender violence issues. Her body was brought to her burial in an unconventional white carriage vehicle, while white flower petals were scattered from above. Puerto Rico was gripped with excitement after Verdejo was accused of stealing a car, abducting someone, planning murderous plots, and killing an unborn baby, crimes punishable by death sentence. However, family members of deceased asked that instead a life sentence be issued so that Verdejo may experience lifelong incarceration instead. Due to a global coronavirus outbreak, hearings for this case were frequently postponed until spring 2021 when an online trial took place. It determined that a group of individuals had committed the crime through premeditation and extreme brutality against an expectant mother. Reconstructing events from that night and its details was made possible thanks to Luis's testimony, as he did not deny his guilt. Rather, he confessed his involvement by purchasing medicine for injection upon request of his friend, as well as gathering wire and concrete blocks with which to dispose of his body. Felix repeatedly asserted his disengagement from the case, even if his statements made no noticeable impactful statements about it. Coincidentally, his spouse, who testified shortly after his imprisonment, has begun divorce proceedings to distance herself from the situation and focus on growing their business while raising their daughter. According to various reports, Alisa Santiago recently married again and, during an interview, revealed she had received multiple anonymous phone calls and texts with death threats and requests that both she and Miranda be killed. Miranda's spouse was suspected in this crime, but no tangible proof was ever discovered against them. In 2023, it became public knowledge that after reviewing all available evidence and listening to testimony from all witnesses, the jury would make its final determination on Felix Verdejo and Luis Cadiz for all charges brought against them. They have both been found guilty on all allegations brought against them. Yet their respective court hearing is scheduled for mid-November 2023, with both individuals most likely receiving life imprisonment sentences without parole for killing Keisha Rodriguez and her unborn child. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.